Definitely excited to, meet these teams, been watching them for a long time. So yeah, being, next to them and even competing in the same event is pretty insane.
Yeah, it was only until I started competing in Rainbow that I really knew what I wanted to do.
I personally am very confident in my team's ability to be able to take this entire major.
We just need to play strong Siege, we need to play together, and we need to be very switched on game day.
We have very, very strong individuals that can flip a switch and be the best player you've ever seen.
Jigsaw is like the quintessential young gunner. He likes to think he's better than everyone, and a lot of the time he actually is, so I respect it a lot. He likes to also tell everyone that he thinks he's better than everyone.
He's definitely going to try and get into people's heads this major.
God, he's one of the sharpest players I've ever seen touch the game.
I know Jigsaw likes to playfully antagonize some of the teams on Twitter or in the lobby and be a bit of the villain.
Definitely a bit of a brat when I was younger.
There's a lot of tension, I think, between other regions and us.
To be honest, the main point holding us back is that we haven't had a competitive Oceanic team in a long time.
I think we do have a lot to prove, and not only just for ourselves, but genuinely for the entirety of Australian Siege.
We're definitely one of the titans in Australia right now.
We're always going to be considered a waste of a spot by other regions.
Making the major and competing together is basically why we play. We come to prove ourselves on the world stage.
I don't think Team Bliss fears any team, to be honest. Not even the world champions.
I would say the sacrifices are worth it if you make it to the top.
Basically, you could be the best team in the world one stage, and the next stage you could be out of the league.
I personally don't fear anyone.
We just kind of have to, we have to deal with what we have.
We would definitely be in the underdogs in this major because we've literally proven nothing. We're a fresh team, no one knows how we play.
It's like we do have the best 5 that we can produce.
Keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
Definitely don't treat us like a lower tier team.
We're just going to take it game by game like we have been all season and do what works for us. And if that's not good enough, then we'll just come back and be better next time.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa.
Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know this is a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so probably Oregon kids.
I think Pool. I think it would be Pool and Unhaven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen Chivas is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
It would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine. The wall looks like it'd be consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like Consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by alley?
I think it's Chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's Chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. There'd be no reason to be a teddy bear there.
It's on a leather back chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids. Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're in there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass console and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
That's a hard one, bro.
It's a hard one.
Wait, I mean, there's two obvious ones, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't care enough. I remember there was once, like right after we had a talk about being late and stuff, like you were late like 3 days in a row after that happened.
Like he's just really late in general.
He's usually the first one in, so he just has a better, he just takes more first engagements than Gomez does, so he's more likely to get the first pick than Gomez. Well, Diaz is just the obvious entry, but I think the reason why I put Dave is because when he clutches, and he does get a good amount of clutches. Like he was the person who clutched the most at a side. He gets some good ones. Or almost.
Yeah, shot. Okay, almost. The Phantom, bro.
He gets some clutches that, like, when I'm watching him play, he would do the opposite thing what I would do. Like, the complete opposite.
He does something I would never think of.
You see things in a new light, you know?
Sleeps like 11 hours. Right?
Yeah, he sleeps like 12 hours a day.
That's probably the easy one. Bro, Dave did it when the stakes were higher, bro. He did it twice in the same map.
I killed a person as Boss walks in front of me. And then I killed another dude as you walked right in front of me, bro.
Look, I'll put it this way. In scrims, Kuna TKs the most with his shotgun. Dave's team kills when this, like, not on purpose, like someone runs into his crosshair. And I TK just by turning around one type of my
just
teammate.
flicking people.
Yeah.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, If you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
You know, there's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and, you know, it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, you know, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
It's gonna feel like a new map, but feel familiar at the same time.
It's a really big map and just like so many rooms.
It has a ton of narrow chokes.
The piano room and the server room underneath tellers, I think those are two key areas that might have been overlooked in the past that are going to be way more vital to the actual take itself on any site on the map.
On the defensive side, it's a lot of contesting the initial like entry points, so like it'll be Visa, admin, and then maybe the garage side.
And then what a lot of teams will do is stacking uppers like traps and Fenrirs for those narrow chokes, as well as abusing shotguns in the limited space.
I think on the attack side, it's going to be important to kind of confuse the defense and like break down and make the defense look at more things and worry about more things before you just do it like a linear style of attack. So
the opposite would work really well in concert. Dokubi, Jacko, Line. So basically we going back to the old meta.
If you want to go in there and really have a good time, play a bunch of shotguns, play a bunch of Monty, play a bunch of Ying, right? And I think you guys will all have a blast.
The Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him, no better!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In phase beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out, but win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
We've made it all the way down to the last chance qualifiers. What's the last chance qualifier? In the Atlanta Major context, there's only a couple of spots available for teams that did not make it to the Major through their standard regional league. Every single league, barring a couple of the minor ones, has an LCQ spot, and North America fights for their lives right now. The trials are treacherous, the path to get to Atlanta is very short, and it has to be done perfectly, otherwise there's no hope. And there's 6 invitational implications all the way through it. Welcome to the North American League Last Chance Qualifier for Atlanta. Let's break this down. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. He is Jesse J. Chick. He is Gabriel Laxing Miralez. And this is the show. This is the LCQ. It's about time we dive into the last 3 days of North American League competition that we have for the year. And then we're done. There's no 6 invitational qualifier. There's nothing else regional to play for. This is it. If you don't play this week, then you're not playing until Atlanta, or you're not playing at all.
Yeah, Jacob. I mean, it all comes down to the last chance qualifier, as it did in stage 1. But you're right, because this is our last stage of the year as well. This is it for competition. We will see the end of some teams today, especially with roster moves coming through. This may be the very last time we see certain lineups.
My heart's even racing. Jacob said it best. You literally have to be perfect. If you aren't perfect, you don't come perfect throughout this bracket, you are done. You are going to be sitting at home. Maybe flying to Atlanta. You should definitely go regardless, but you're definitely going to be watching from home, and that's a long break that then leads into SI, and you should definitely go to SI too. But it's definitely a long time if you don't make this and you don't have a perfect run.
Let's just talk about how this works. There are 3 teams that have already auto-qualified for Atlanta. Dark Zero, Sonics, M80, they're all set. The other 6 teams in the league had to get to this point either by auto-qualifying at some point earlier or by going through the open portion of the qualifier, and they were auto-gifted a spot for a certain portion of the autos. They didn't just have to sign up themselves and suddenly go through the entire portion. They had a little bit of a pass, but they still had to play to get here in the first place, and now the bracket looks like this. All 6 teams that were in the NAL prior are now joined by 2 rosters that came from those open circuits and have fought their entire way here to what is a single elimination BO3 competition.
And the viewers should all be familiar with these names because both Aerial Arise and Karn & Co. are new Tier 2 teams jumping up to the LCQ. We're both in the LCQ last stage. Very different rosters, particularly for Aerial Arise, but still, there are some familiar names coming through from these 2 teams. So it's nice that we've got some history to look back on for these open qualifier teams. And of course, our old favorites like, coming through Beastcoast, Mirage, Luminosity, some teams that didn't quite make it to playoffs. We get to see them again, which is nice.
And just when you thought we weren't going to get some intense matchups, there are definitely some intense matchups here. I definitely want to see a good run from Aerial and Karn & Co. Personally, we want that Cinderella story, similar to what Parabellum had a long time ago, and making what it was SI, I believe. Like, I definitely just want to see those games be more grueling than maybe some of the others, just to give a little bit of confidence back to the community that just because you're going against a pro team doesn't mean you can't smoke them.
That's true. I mean, there are instances of upsets. I think in every single LCQ bracket, there's always been one team that surprised an established roster, and the only question is which team is going to do it this time. We have one of those teams in Aerial Arise playing later on in the day. We have 2 quarterfinals today, 2 tomorrow, and then all 3 of our last games are happening on Wednesday. Aerial Arise will play Mirage in our second game of the day, but we start off with Beastcoast and Wildcard, Jesse.
2 NAL teams, 2 teams that we've seen throughout the stage, 2 teams that have had very different stages, however. Obviously, Beastcoast struggling throughout the North America League so far. They really didn't have the greatest of times. They had roster issues. They lost quite a few matches right at the very beginning there. Wildcard were a single best of 3, a single map away from just getting that auto qualification spot to the Atlanta Major. So while we do start off without any open qual teams, we start with 2 NA League teams, it still feels like a bit of a David versus Goliath storyline.
But now we are back in a best of 3 where Beastcoast didn't get to experience that outside of maybe playing a double header, but it does then give you that reassurance of, okay, you might have lost the first map. You can easily go into the second, regain, and possibly push it to a third. So Beastcoast, this will be a new trial ahead of them because they have yet to play a best of 3 like Wildcard has been.
I asked both of you guys who was going to make it through those trials, and Lax, I just want to throw your bracket up on screen first just to see if we can hold you accountable for what we've got here. What is this font?
So this is actually, I drew this myself. This actually isn't even
by
a font.
hand?
Yeah, by hand.
Oh, wow.
Nice. By hand, yeah. My thumbs are able to do that.
You have wonderful calligraphy on your phone, dude.
No, it's my thumbs. Wonderful calligraphy on my thumbs.
All right,
particularly.
dude.
So what I have here, I do have Wildcard pushing past Beastcoast and Mirage taking over Aerial Rise. And as I said, I would like to see a Cinderella story, so please, Aerial and Karn, prove me wrong. But yeah, so I have Wildcard Mirage, then going to the Wildcard Space Station. I have yet to decide who I want to see win that personally. I just want to see how these first couple games go to really gauge that. And by grand final time, we'll know. But then I do have Space Station taking over Luminosity and Oxygen taking over Karn. Once again, Karn, prove me wrong. But that's how I have mine summed up.
Okay. Jesse, what's yours look like? Did you actually pick a grand final winner this time?
My thumbs are slightly less talented than Laxing's. Listen, I didn't know he was going to go all out with it.
Jesus.
My mistake. Yes, Jacob, my bracket actually looks very similar to Laxing's. In fact, it's identical.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. The only thing is I did pick a winner, right?
There you go.
I'm not scared like Gabe. I'm not saying, ooh, I don't want to make up. Okay, real analysts.
First off, you're a flip-flopper, so I doubt, depending how these games go, you could easily switch to Wildcard.
Yeah,
so
I probably might. We'll see how the games go. Go. But I'm still going to take a stand here. I think currently Space Station Gaming and Wildcard look like the strongest teams. Obviously, OXG, I think, have a great shot as well because they've done pretty decently well throughout the playoffs and throughout the North America League. But I do think those are the strongest 2 teams. I expect we'll see them in the grand finals. And for my money, I think Space Station wins it on the rematch.
You know what's monumental here? That M on Mirage. That looks like a mountain. That is beautiful. I don't know even know how you managed to do that.
Its leg, dude.
I may have added one too many humps on the M, but I'm a math major. What do you want?
Hey, Thanksgiving's right around the corner. Maybe you're drawing a little hand turkey.
There you go. You're right.
All right, good grief. I think that graphics themselves notwithstanding, and by the way, both of them did come up with that. That's not production. Both of these guys had carte blanche over whatever those brackets themselves are going to look like.
Production made me do it.
That's true. Just to touch on the stakes of what we've got going here, I think the fact that both of those brackets were basically identical down to the winner is a pretty good implication on where things are going to go, and there's a lot of people that probably think exactly the same way. But Lax, this is LCQ territory. You've played in a couple of these before. I mean, how many of these have you played in before, and what's it been
First
like?
off, don't disrespect me. I played it once. I've only played in the LCQ once, and it was very short-lived. We got smoked. We were out of there super fast. But from that personal experience, and I will say this for every pro player on the planet in Rainbow Six Siege, nobody wants to play a qualifier for an event, especially when your backs are against the wall. You have to be perfect. No one wants to be there. You saw Dark Zero. You saw Sonics. You saw M80, all of them, the first thing they said once they qualified is, thank God I don't have to play a qualifier, and I couldn't agree anymore. Just watching these, I'm like, thank God I don't got to play these. I just get to watch you guys suffer. So yeah, I mean, truthfully, it ain't fun. It's not great, but you got to do it, and also it does make you persevere. It shows a lot of resilience for each team that pushes all the way through until the very end and potentially winning.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Sonics do it in stage 1, right? And they made it all the way to the semifinals in Copenhagen. Yeah. So I think going through that LCQ, having extra games to get a little bit stronger, to build up that resilience, I think it can be good for teams. But obviously, out of the 8 teams, 7 of them are going to go home crying.
Yes.
The other thing that we need to keep on touching on, and we will throughout this weekend, is that because there are no longer any 6 invitational direct qualifiers, it means that all 20 teams that are going to Sao Paulo are doing it simply based on points merit alone, as opposed to last year where it was 16 teams qualified through points and then 4 teams come through the open quals. Not an option in this case. Only 1 North American team is actually qualified at this point. There are 2 more that are very likely to qualify, and teams like OXG and OXG and Space Station, this is very likely their last chance to get enough points to even get there.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Jacob, Sonic's already in. We've got M80 and Dark Zero very likely to go through to the 6th Invitational. We have yet to see. Space Station are right on the cusp. They currently sit 26th place. Obviously, 20 teams go all in all.
Yeah.
So for them, getting to the grand finals of the qualifier, winning the qualifier would be massive for their chances. OXG are quite a bit below. They're not only going to need to win this qualifier, but also have a decent showing at the major if they want to make SI.
And that's a crazy thing for me to think about Oxygen and me being with that roster for as long as I was back on Cloud9, that if Fox doesn't win here, if Oxygen doesn't win here, this will be Fox's first invite that he will not be attending.
Wow.
Being stuck in that roster and playing throughout all those years. That is a crazy thing to think about. And just seeing Oxygen in 52nd place, and granted, that's 52nd place tied with like 15 other teams.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, that's crazy to think about. You would have never thought that you'd see Oxygen that low. And it's not to say that they can't bring this back. And but it is, again, it goes back to what Jacob was saying. You have to be perfect.
I mean, even technically, a team like Karn & Co. or Aerial Arise, they've got SI points already because they were in the previous qual.
Yep.
They've earned some points, which means at this stage, the opportunity for them to go is still there. They just have to win the qual, then go to the Atlanta, and then win the whole thing to have a shot, basically. So
that would be a
I mean,
like
Aerial Rise and Carnico both have 0 points currently.
Oh wait,
because if you finish dead last in the qualifier, you don't get any points. But if you're right, if they do win the whole major, they have a pretty good shot of going through to invite.
How crazy would that be?
Dude, if Carnico wins the major and goes to invite, I'm here for it.
That'd be a lot of fun.
It.
Well, if they want to go to SI, they first have to go to the major, and this is how you can do it if you're not playing in the LCQ. We begin our journey in Last Chance Qualifier land with Beastcoast and Wildcard, a game that originally might have been considered the battle of the subs because we weren't totally sure what the roster situations for both these teams would look like. They both had tumult coming into the stage, but it's only the case for one team because while Fettuccini is continuing to play for Beastcoast, at this point, Wildcard now do officially have Merc back for this game, so it's just a matter of whether the coach himself can hold his own.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting seeing Merc back on the roster. Obviously, Wildcard, very good team throughout the regular season. For them having their full 5, it's going to be very, very strong for them. For Beastcoast, I mean, on one hand, having your coach sub in shouldn't be a bonus. It should, most of the time, it'll be bad for you. However, with Fett coming to the roster, he's currently the only undefeated player in all of North America.
I mean, it's true. But Fett did come in, and he played very well. He took a lot of initiative. He won them a lot of rounds. He clutched a few amount of rounds. What else could you want more from a coach? Because in some situations, you could think a coach coming in like, okay, like this, now we have to fill someone in. Granny's been here watching. Granny, he does know, but, you know, this could be a disaster. We've seen a couple disasters from coaches stepping in, but Fett can't. Look at him. He's doing jumping jacks. Let's get it, Fett. Like, no, it's beautiful. He did come in. He played extremely well, and, like, that's what you'd want when you bring in someone in.
He's obviously no slouch. He does play the game plenty in his own time. He has his own TikTok account. Homie's really putting in the work where he can, but he needs to put in and step up a lot in this game because Lax, historically, Beastcoast have not been great this stage. And I think one player in particular that really stands out the most here.
Yeah, Hat for me is the biggest player that sticks out because when you looked at him in the first stage, I mean, he was dominant. He was absolutely destroying. Well, this is the stage 2 side. So the stage 2, this isn't looking so great. This is not the Hat that we saw originally from stage 1. Stage 1, he was super dominant. He was finding those entries. He was finding those gaps in the team's setups, and he was just setting Beastcoast up for tons of success. And then when you look back at his stage 1 stat, when you look back at the stage 1,
this is stage 2.
Oh wait, this is now stage 2?
Maybe. One way or the other. The point is, stage 2 doesn't look as good.
Regardless, sorry about that, that's my error. Regardless, it's a night and day difference from Hat here because coming into stage 2, which this is maybe what I thought, is teams were going to start to figure out what he does, how he played, how he was going to enter the map. And it's not just Hat, it's everyone as a whole on the team. The team hasn't found a lot of success, so I don't want to just pin this on Hat, but I'm talking about Hat here specifically. And if I think Beastcoast really wants to push it here and have this perfect run, we have to see that stage 1 Hat come into play and really show off that talent that he truly has.
Yeah, I think Hat's had, a few good rounds here and there. I thought he did pretty good in that DZ game, for example. Yeah. But most of the time, Hat has been shut down. We've seen teams really counter out Hat. So with him not being as big of a fragging force for Beastcoast as he was back in stage 1, they're really going to rely on either him having kind of a revamp and jumping back up and being that fragging player again, or the rest of the team stepping up and kind of supporting Hat more than what we've seen so far at this stage.
I would say Beastcoast have a little bit of a handicap they have to get through, or at least a perceived handicap. Maybe it'll be different as the series itself progresses. For Wildcard, it's not there because Merc is actually now back with this team. Did not play in the previous game that they had against Dark Zero. We obviously continue to wish Merc the best, but for right now, the whole squad is here and they're ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, very sad news that we heard. And again, my deepest condolences out to Merc and his family. Bolo stepped in, and again, I think Bolo did a fabulous job. He wasn't the best, he wasn't the worst, he was middle of the pack, but I think what Wildcard was missing in those games is that presence of Merc and what he brings to the team in terms of his entry, his tenacity, his ferocity, everything across the board about Merc. He's not scared to take gunfights. He would take that map control, and I feel that's where Wildcard did fall short. Granted, they did put up one hell of a fight, but ultimately not having that presence of Merc, and now him being back, I can see Wildcard making a very far run.
Yeah, I think even for Merc, like having or not having your kind of leader for the squad, not having the veteran on your team who has been with you the entire stage long, I think it kind of got to the team. You can look at that last best of 3 they played against Dark Zero. They got to Cafe, and towards the end of that map, it really felt like they were starting to get a little nervous, playing not to die rather than playing to win, playing in kind of spots where, okay, maybe we won't go down, we won't lose our lives, but we're not actually making those swings that we need on defense. We're not actually getting in an attack like they really needed to in order to win that last game on Cafe against Dark Zero. So I think now having the full roster, having their kind of leader and their commander behind them, I think it's going to do them well.
So it's a big deal to have Merc back in the squad, but I think the more interesting focal point is how much they use shields. And who ends up using shields more than anybody else in this team? It's Spirits, baby.
It is Spirits, Jacob, and I think Spirits on the shield has been kind of an answer for that. For Wildcard, a lot of the times, like in those games, they have been looking maybe a little bit nervous, and coming in behind a Monty or a Blitz really has open things up for the team because it kind of gives them that get out of jail free card. It starts the round for them in a way where they don't have to be the first one in because they know Spirits is going to be there and leading the charge. He's currently got, he's picked Shields 17 times overall with a positive win rate, 53%. Only 2 players in the entirety of the NAL have picked more Shields than Spirits has. That's going to be Geo and Kino. And for Wildcard, you know, 53% win rate on the Shields, that's not crazy high, but it is better than their average. They got a 50% win rate overall on attack without the shield. So they are winning slightly more rounds when they've got this. And I do think it really just comes down to that confidence that they can have with it and that ability to just believe in themselves. Like, okay, listen, if I don't have to be the first one in, if I don't have to be making the space because I know Spirits is going to be there doing that for me, then that's just going to alleviate a lot of the pressure in the early rounds for Wildcard.
And what I love about that is he does alleviate a lot of that pressure. And I love that he takes initiative of putting that shield roll because Spirits is a phenomenal player. He has a great aim. He has great skill. But to put himself on a spot where he isn't going to be fragging as heavy and putting that on his shoulders back, I mean, putting it on his team's shoulders to be doing that, I love that from him.
So let's talk about Battlegrounds real fast because everyone's rearing and ready to go in the lobby for this first quarterfinal. Jesse, what are we thinking? Oregon Bank Cafe?
Ooh, okay.
I expected.
Yes, I love the bank pick from Wildcard.
So do I.
Obviously, Border is what you expect, right? Border is the map that Wildcard have been playing time and time and time again. They go bank instead. This is a map that Beastcoast really have not been playing well at all, including the offseason. Beastcoast have lost bank 4 times in a row against Dark Zero, Space Station Academy, LG, and M80 here in stage number 2. It's not been great for Wildcard either. They've played this map, I think, 4 times, and they've lost it 3 times, so they haven't been amazing here, but I think this is a big confidence move from Wildcard saying, listen, we may not be fantastic at bank in the past, but we know we're better than Beastcoast.
No, definitely. It's definitely it's a statement being made here that they are still willing to go to bank, given all the different VODs against all the different teams to showcase different things. And Oregon is a very basic pick that I definitely saw coming out of Beastcoast, or at least one of them. Fett played phenomenal on it. I think if he shows up again with the rest of the team backing him and talking about if, you know, Hat can really step up in those areas, I can easily see this going to a map 3.
So just specifically on Oregon real quick, no additional context. Who do you think takes it? Lax?
Beastcoast. I'll just say Beastcoast.
Beastcoast? Okay. With the coach, I like it. Jesse?
Wildcard.
Death Divided cannot stand against itself.
It's good. We got it. You know, we don't want to be boring and, you know, just pick the same thing. Maybe we pick the same bracket.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, the bracket still roughly looks the same from what we picked. But for the first map, yeah, I'll give it to Beastcoast.
All right. Let's have some fun with this bad boy. Again, winner goes on to the semifinals in 2 days, and the loser of this series is knocked out and has no more chances to earn SI points. Please welcome back the return of Jonah Jays Wills Villinger and Flynn.
Well, thank you, Jacob, for the warm welcome. And, well, Flynn, I'm glad you're here with me. It seems like Jacob may not be quite as glad as me, but it's good to have you here, and it's good to get into Oregon for our first match of our last chance qualifier. How you feeling?
Well, I mean, that was a cold intro. I'll take that, I guess. It's good to be back. It's good to grind through this tournament of perfection, like the desk was talking about. You either win 3 best of 3s, or your season is over. You gotta go to Atlanta. 7 teams are not going to make it. 1 team will. This is the tournament. This is the bracket of Cinderella stories, and unfortunately, 7 rounds of heartbreak. I am very curious to see Wildcard end up on the exact same order in the exact same 3 maps. They just played against Dark Zero. Now, that was with Bolo in the playoffs, but same maps, looking for a different result.
It's interesting, as you pointed out, and if those of you who are joining us now did not get a chance to catch that best of 3, a best of 3, by the way, that decided who would be the final North American team getting a free ticket to the major and did not have to fight in the last chance qualifier. That was a tight 3-map series, 7-8, a close loss for Wildcard on Bank. They took the win on Oregon 7-5, only to lose and get denied their major hopes, at least for a moment, on Cafe. So here they are against Beastcoast to keep their hopes alive, because Dark Zero, when they took that win, they booked their ticket to the major, and Wildcard have to fight it out here. But on Oregon, we get into our operator bans, and we'll get a pretty clear picture of what kind of Oregon we've got on our hands in just a moment. You see the Ying ban. That is probably the most typical ban on a map like this you could expect. Buck, on the other hand, is maybe a little bit more out of the norm.
Yeah, I mean, the entire basement downstairs, Buck is going to help you making rotations from kitchen to meeting. It's going to alleviate some pressure and give you some better rotations topside, but there's no actual soft floor to breach with the Buck downstairs, so that's one bomb site where Buck just kind of gets negated entirely. We're jumping in with the Azami being the last band taken off the board in tandem with the Valkyrie, so we lose some information, we lose some key barriers, but I'll be honest, these operator bands straying a little away from the convention, and for Wildcard on the defensive here, I'd say they're probably in a pretty good spot still.
And looking to set themselves up for success by kicking this map off well. As we all know, you come out swinging, you really make your presence known in this lobby. Always so difficult for the other team, right? To match that energy, to build that confidence back over the course of a map. But that's exactly where we will begin. As you foretold, Flynn, we go down to the basement where Wildcard will start things out on the defense. Already undergoing their site setup here, we see that with this defensive lineup, we're likely going to see a little, but probably not a ton of top floor presence. Merc using these mirror windows down below to fortify the site here, at least for now, rather than extending dramatically to that first floor up above.
Well, and again, we're getting a little fancy here. We had a Thorn coming out, and I imagine many people would have imagined that it would have been the Uzi with a 1.5, but no, it's an M870, and I'm praying the CZ75 is the secondary on Thorn with a deployable shield for Spirits as loadout. Now, he was making some rotations over by Showers to start things off as Beastcoast will begin their insurgence into the building over towards Big Tower. They get some T3 control off rip, and they're in a good position to get a move on. I was very worried about that M870 being out on the roam and potentially quelling an entry into the west side of the building, but no such luck as Spirits will be at the bottom of White, fulfilling what we usually see as a smoke in this position with an M590. It's a pump shotgun all the same, and this season pump shotguns are reigning supreme.
Oh yeah, those close quarters duels, I mean, so difficult, especially as an attacker. You're walking around a corner and then there's a shotgun in your face. A daunting task to overcome, to say the least. But Mr. B, he's looking to get active a little early, maybe. I mean, you've got some support from Hat on the tower stairs that might just allow Mr. B to creep on in to bunker. However, with Hat now denied a well-placed nitro cell from Surf, Mr. B is going to have a bit more challenge working that way in than maybe he would like. Some pressure up above building, though, for Beastcoast. Pretty good progress, considering there are still 90 seconds left on the clock for them to get the job done here.
Here's the last EOD from Doc on the line as well, but the push up the tower stairs, Spirits again. There's that M870, point blank range on the tower stairs, and is able to retreat. Doc will get one back, though, on his descent down the freezer stairs, but Fett with the Fuser will control where this push ends up for a post or for a planting execute. Mr. B still trying to work his way inside of blue. The 3v4 to work out of onto one of the most impossibly to attack defensive bomb sites. He's trying to work his way towards the bottom of main stairs, and there was the last twitch drone as well for Mr. B. So East Coast now trying to find an entry point. Doc will be rejected on entry as there goes Adam cutting him down, getting into the fray. So everyone for Wildcard jumping into the mix as Mr. B makes his entry in through blue. Elbow still opened up, so he's got Purview onto the bomb site. A reaction onto Packer as he goes sprinting headlong into the rotation. Mr. B still walking things down, and Fett trying to work his way each on a 1v1, but Adam wins it out. Now it's just Fett alone, the coach subbing in a 1v3. He does have the diffuser control, but time's ticking away against him. Turning the corner with the bearing, he'll get caught up in a crossfire. A Surf will dispatch a Fett, and that's Wildcard taking the first round.
Perfect example of why it is just so difficult to successfully attack that basement site, because once you lose a single player, and that's what happened there for Beast Coast, it was Surf with the opening kill onto Hat. Once you lose one body, the problems that you often have on that site just compound with one another, and they can get you into serious trouble. Without Hat on the tower stairs, Mr. B did, in fact, have a much harder time working his way in bunker. That then delayed the presence up above, and we had to see Beast Coast go for a pretty complete rotation to the other side of the site, ignoring the pillars and bunker and tower approach in favor of the freezer and laundry take. A risky adjustment to make so late in the round, and something so hard to do if you're down in the man count like that.
So Wildcard feeling pretty good, picking up a win on the basement to start things out, and they'll head topside. So no crazy site rotations, although it does look like Merc on the Fenrir is entertaining the idea of playing down below inside of Kitchen. We've seen this extension a few times this stage. A lot of extensions down here, though, don't last very long. It's a lot of the defenders either bail out to the bottom floor to just waste some time and try and suck the roam clear in, or just head straight back upstairs. Spirits has got an opening into T3 as well. T2 rotated the attic and the T3 floorboards opened up by this impact grenade. So it seems like Wildcard here, their #1 focus on this defense is as much map control as possible, contain as much of the real estate of Oregon as you can for as long as you can. Doesn't look like a Hat or anyone on Beastcoast, though, are entertaining and clear. That makes it to the top of Armory Stairs, doing battle with Spirits, and they'll walk away worse for wear from the both of them. Spirits down to about 40, Hat down to about 60. Is Adam now entertaining a flank through Zed? Trying to get the flank off here towards this main lobby push as Beastcoast started out fast, but you know, they're kind of peeling back a little bit with some early resistance from Spirits.
Well, as you mentioned, Flynn, a nice pivot here from Wildcard on the defense. The basement site, they didn't try to take or maintain too much map control while they were down there. Now they're trying to maintain about as much as possible, and so far, it's working. Beastcoast, they tried to get a little active early, but now they've finally been slowed down. Now Hat will get on the board first, and maybe that will open things up a little bit for Beastcoast now, taking care of Packer and removing the threat of the mutant, any threat that he may pose in the late round. Beastcoast, as they try to seize this opportunity, though, well, they're going to have a little bit of mixed result. They'll end up getting one onto Merc and dropping Spirits, but Mr. B is taken care of, and oh, here comes Adam on the run out to shut down Doc as well. A 2v2 if Spiff can get the finisher. The nade just misses though. So this one, it might get a little more challenging than Beastcoast would have liked.
Yeah, it was a technical 2v4 there for Wildcard to work out of, but Adam goes huge downstairs, picking up the entry into the showers hallway and the jump out of bottom white window. So now two defenders on about 20 HP. Spirits and Surf now have the man advantage, and Fett's on even lower health than those two injured members of Wildcard, trying to work his way into the closet breach with the fuser in tow as well. The AK-12 will ring, but it will not connect on a target. Spiff now trying to make an entry in through the trophy door, walks straight into attic, no one holding. This could be the perfect angle here. Spiff gets one onto Spirits, but Fett gets dropped to the floor. It's now a 1v2 to work out of here with the L85 in hand. Still taking aim towards the big window, wary of where the second defender has fallen off too. Looks like they're both stacking on either side of that kid separation wall towards big window. Adam now taking the swing, will clean up what was potentially revived there in Fett. Now Spiff again finds himself alone against the team of Wildcard, and he will fall. So it's a quick 2-0 lead here for Wildcard on the defense.
Well, in the mid round there, we talked about making an adaptation from round 1 to round 2. Let's talk about the adjustment that Wildcard made in that round. Within about 60 seconds, they found themselves in trouble, frankly. Beastcoast not only had the opening kill, but then they quickly rattled off one more, got it down, and were looking pretty solid going into the final bit there. The big change, it's what you see right now. Adam going for the run out, not only getting that kill in the shower corridor, but seizing the opportunity, knowing that the player on the coverage was gone, going for the run out and taking care of that clay pigeon kill on the rappel. It's a risky move. It's one that often gets you in trouble, especially if there's a claymore on the ground, but it's one that Adam felt that he had to make considering the situation that Wildcard were in. And a good decision at that. It brought Wildcard back in the round. Spirits was then recovered, was not killed by the nade. Maybe lucky, maybe skilled, but just perfectly timed either way to get Wildcard back in the fight and eventually through to their second round win.
Like you said, it was a good start to the round for Beastcoast on the attack. Just going for an immediate entry up the Armory Stairs, noticing that the only portion of the map really that wasn't occupied by a Wildcard defender was lobby. And getting to an early engagement with Spirits through the Armory window all the way to the T2 window, and kind of slows things down a bit, but still, those entries in towards the bomb site, disregarding the roam, didn't really bite them until the very end when Adam started to get active and utilize that freedom that he had, knowing that there wasn't much of the map controlled by anyone on Beastcoast. He had the ability to rotate and jump wherever he well pleased, and made good use of that. So Beastcoast in a hole early, but it is attacking Oregon. This may be their map pick, but everyone knows that attacking onto Oregon is not the simplest of tasks. They might have an easier challenge here, trying to attack onto the tertiary bomb site of Kitchen and Meeting. The Packer to try and quell the ace of Selma's, but the mute will get EMP'd and wall will open right on up for the attack. So a good start there, and especially good start here for Hat as he worked his way into Zed and is able to claim the life of Surf for the opening pick yet again.
Yeah, this time Hat takes care of Surf, unlike round one where it was the other way around. So far, 3 rounds, and Hat has been involved in the opening duel all 3 times. So clearly getting active, and as our analyst has pointed out, maybe trying to put up some of those stage 1 numbers again. You see him pushed all the way up in the kitchen right now. In a lot of trouble. There are shotgun blasts coming up above him. And he doesn't have a lot of support. Beastcoast are using this time to now actually get up into position. You see Doc creeping in from behind. Merc should have some idea of this, but is not going to deny it just yet. Mr. B tacks on for another. Hat goes for 2, and that's a double for him. Spirits and Merc are all that remain of this crumbling defense, and they're going to have to pull up a big one here. Spirits taking care of Mr. B is something, but now he's got to work his way back into the hallway that, well, Hat was watching, but now Hat is done for. Everyone on Beastcoast, though, now turned defenders, can sit back and wait for Wildcard to push into them instead. Unlikely that this position could really work out. Nice smoke grenade. Fett's been forced off that position and down. Doc has now got to be very careful. A clutch kill onto Spirits. And Merc now isolated, only 15 seconds to work with here. It's going to look the wrong way, eventually picks it up, but really doesn't have enough time to make this work. Maybe he can try to bait the swing here from Doc, but yeah, no, he is simply out of time. A good effort from both Merc and, well, the rest of Wildcard on that retake, but it was not in the cards. Beastcoast take their first round.
Man, dangerous post plant there for Beastcoast. Merc and Spirits really just kind of picking that one off, picking that one apart one by one. That was really impressive for them on the attempt to get a clean sweep of defensive objectives, but unfortunately it falls just short. Merc just running out of clock to work with. You got to think there with the run he was on, if he had, 10, 15 more seconds, he might have actually been able to pull that one off. But that's the challenging part of a post-plant retake for the defense, is that 45-second clock starts, and you have to complete all of your tasks within that time to be able to defuse for 7 seconds as well. So narrow margins there for Merc and Spirits. They tried their hardest, but Beastcoast, again, starting a round off strong. It gets a little shaky later on in the round, but Beastcoast able to persevere and hold on to it and pick up their first round of the map and of the series. Like I said, it's the tertiary bomb site. If you're Wildcard, this is the site you expect to lose of any of them. You don't want to lose any rounds, but perfectly comfortable losing this one if it means that you can go back to the previous 2 bomb sites you have defended successfully and walk away with a 4-1, potentially a 5-1 at the half, maybe a 4-2 if things repeat themselves on this bomb site. I think right now for Wildcard, showing some good fight back and showing some good poise in back-to-back rounds where things kind of went off the rails for them. They had to steady the ship in a moment of quite intricate chaos, and they were able to do so quite well. So I'm very impressed to see how Wildcard is handling with these circumstances, and I think for Beastcoast here, they're trying to change up the tempo.
Yeah, you see Mr. B on the Monty trying to do exactly that. He's already got this bunker door open, and instead of pressuring here is the Twitch, well, he's switched to GIGN operators, and now he's gonna maybe be that brick wall. Oh boy, I was gonna say that Beastcoast needed Merc with a C4 perfectly reading Hat on the sledge, who was maybe trying to open up that iconic angle down into those laundry stairs. Hat has now been shut down. And Wildcard get to claim the opening pick for their own. This could be trouble for Beastcoast, because as we talked about last time and we witnessed firsthand, when they lost that first player, things started to slow down. Things started to get a bit more chaotic for them. So they're really going to have to rely on Mr. B here and the utility that the Monty brings to the table.
Yeah, the analyst has touched on the Montaigne being brought as kind of a comfort pick to be able to get your attacks back on schedule, and it seems like that is the intention here for Beastcoast, but not the result that's coming. Mr. B able to push his way down Freezer to push off that M870 of Spirits, and Nitrocell get ripped. He will not get thrown, though, as of yet. I see Mr. B looking for it frantically, but I imagine Surf put it back in the pocket. And he did, so rotating back in towards supply. It seems like an entire Freezer push coming out for Beastcoast now on the attack. Magnet still providing a hurdle to overcome, though, as the soft wall will get opened up large enough for Mr. B to be able to walk through, but that might not be opened up enough in the bottom where he can just stroll over it. That might instigate a vaulting prompt, which is, that would be the end of the world on this push here. That'll lock you into an animation that'll be very difficult to fight back, and now doing some damage to Mr. B as well. As Doc pre-firing, looking to get a lucky shot, and Mr. B's pushed his way all the way down to the bottom of the freezer hallway. And this is a tough spot to be in for Beastcoast, just trying to funnel their way into the bomb site. Lots of utility to work their way through.
Good nade, that'll help. Mr. B now really at the helm of this attack. Inning Merc in this corner potentially could be it, but no, it's Adam from behind who takes care of both Spiff and Mr. B. This attack falls apart in spirits. That's the nail in the coffin right there. He ends it with a double. But once Mr. B got shot in the back of the head, I mean, that was all she wrote for that attack. There was no question about that.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch if Mr. B was eventually able to push through the soft wall from Freezer, or if he did end up just walking down the main hallway from the Freezer door, but it just seemed like that was another stumbling point for Beastcoast, where everyone was trying to funnel their way in through the Freezer hall, and there just wasn't a whole lot of resistance. It was a good frag rate from the bottom of Laundry Stairs, but there really wasn't like a back flank coming from Blue or from Meeting Hatch or anything to cause the defenders to turn and cause the defenders to change their focus as everyone remaining for Beastcoast started pushing their way through. And I wonder if that was going to be Hat's eventual role on that push, was to be the flank, to be, you know, the person that should have been coming in behind and collecting free kills, as the entirety of the attention from Wildcard was placed upon Freezer. So again, that opening pick from Merc sets up big things in the round, and for Beastcoast just unable to adapt to the situation they found themselves in. Mr. B gonna get off the Lion, and instead of bringing out the Montaigne, for now he's angling towards bringing a Blitz. So again, we're seeing a shield operator trying to get some attacking rounds back on schedule, and for Beastcoast there, bit of a misstep, but you still have some opportunities to at least level out the half at a 3-3 here. Not all hope is lost, and I think for Wildcard, these defenses now look really strong, they've looked really poised, they've looked really controlled, and now Merc is going to try and set the tone early again. A jump out of Classroom will not be successful. Nonetheless, it'll just, again, give Beastcoast a moment of pause, try and make sure that they're not entering into the building too quickly without checking their corners.
Well, you talked about setting the tone. Let's keep an eye on Mr. B once again, because he's pulling out the Blitz. That is not a joke. We saw him pull out the Monty in the last round. Didn't work too well. He's going to upgrade, go for the shield that flashes people instead of the one that puts her gun away and makes you just walk at people with a brick wall. Now, this could work if timed well, but it's also extremely risky, especially if your team is walking in one by one. Mr. B, he is, well, speaking of pushing in one by one, all alone, and now both he and Spiff get completely shut down. Doc is gone too, and disaster strikes for Beastcoast once more.
Well, Merc seemingly playing very well in his return. Again, his very unfortunate circumstances that kept him from playing against Dark Zero in the playoffs. We wish him all the best, but now that he's back, he is certainly on fine form today against Beastcoast, and they're going to need that. We saw that in the game against Dark Zero, where it was a difficult circumstance for Wildcard, and the rest of the team, and including Bola, who subbed in for him, played admirably. It just wasn't enough to get over the hurdle at the very end, Cafe falling just a bit short to Dark Zero. And I think for this game here, this is a game where Beastcoast are out of ideas on the attack. Playing with a coach is never fun. Like I just talked about with Wildcard, their substitute situation. It wasn't the ideal situation to be in for peak performance. And I imagine Beastcoast, while Fett has performed individually as well as what Reverse, or maybe a little shy of what Tristan was able to do in his game, the unfortunate part is it's not the same as when you have your full five who you've been practicing with all off season and heading into the stage. So it's still a difficult spot to be in for Beastcoast. Their attacks not seeming to have enough depth to them, not seeming to have an answer to what Wildcard is bringing, and unfortunately they're resorting to just sending it towards the site with a shield up front, and it's not gone well for back-to-back rounds. Like I said, though, those are the two bomb sites on defense you expect to win. This is the bomb site where Beastcoast does have their one-round victory so far attacking, so they'll look to replicate that same success for round number 3 to at least give them some momentum heading into the defensive side.
Yeah, with Oregon, all bets are off when, even if you're down, when you switch over to the defensive side, as you said, you really, that's where you make up the ground. And that's where this match could really become a close one. But for now, it's all wild card. As you pointed out, Merc making that very clear at 8-3 right now. Adam 7-1. Insane statistics right now from this wild card side. Beastcoast yet to match that. Fett yet to find a single kill. Maybe Hat can start off this round with another opener. He's found 2 so far. He's been on the receiving end of 3 of those opening duels, involved in all 5 so far. Yes, you heard me right. Every single round, he's either done the killing or been killed first. Looking to do the exact same thing as he is already top white, looking to get a nice little cut off angle in the middle of this objective, preventing Wildcard from rotating freely, but a deployable shield protecting, and Merc, ooh, keeping a watchful eye on it. Hat will get the better of him this time.
So the opener there for Hat takes a little while to get there. He'll reascend the white stairs only to meet his demise very early in the round as well. So Spirits trades him out. Adam jumps into the fray, grabbing Mr. B. So there goes the Grim, another new operator for Mr. B to be taken. Doc now will try and reclaim white stairs for Beastcoast, as the rest of this push from Fett and Spiff try to work their way in towards Kitchen. It's more down the freezer hallway and through Zed right now than anything. Is, again, this Beastcoast attack just floundering, not really having the direction it needs. Doc, though, will catch a rotation from Packer as he tries sprinting his way through Zed and I get back in towards the bomb site. And Adam, though, with topside control, they jump into the big window coming out from the line of Spiff, rolling in towards Kid's bedroom, but there goes the push, not knowing the position of Adam. The 416 will cut through its victim, and there goes Spirits as well, jumping in from Kids, and it's a 5-1 half Wildcard. Able to correct their mistakes from the last time of defending this bomb site, able to stop the aggression from Beastcoast, and they look in fine control right now on Beastcoast map pick.
I also will mention that despite the success that Beastcoast had on that site last time, they chose to change up their approach. They did not go for immediately Selma's on the split wall, immediately establishing that pressure and forcing Wildcard back. Instead, they opted for the full clear. They opted to approach from that top side and put some pressure on those white stairs. You saw it there. The great shot that Hat was able to hit on to Merc was a good starting point in the round, but it wasn't enough to set themselves up for success. They could not get those next few kills, deal with that top floor extension, and get back on their feet. So yeah, 1-5, a 4-round deficit is what they're gonna have to overcome now on the defensive half. Yes, it is their map pick. Yes, of the 2 maps that they won in the regular season play this stage, Oregon was one of them. But yes, Wildcard do look like the more dominant team right now. There's no question about that.
I think for Beastcoast here, you have an opportunity as long as you're paying close attention. It looks like Fett is kind of reading my mind here, as the Toxic Babe will lay at rest at the foot of the double bunker door. And I was very worried about Wildcard maybe wanting to send a message and maybe close this thing out as fast as humanly possible. And it doesn't look like Wildcard are entertaining that idea. They will take this a little more methodically, a little more measured, and try and close this one out with some composure and some poise. Beastcoast, now's the time to take some chances. And you can see that with the roam coming out from Beastcoast, spreading across the map. Everyone's kind of in a 1v1 position. No one's helping each other, but really, this is one of those rounds where it's just swing for the fences and see what you can get. Mr. B constantly contemplating running out this front door, but Packer, well aware of the position and well aware of Beastcoast's ideology on the round, as he's going to head topside. Mr. B just trying to waste some time. Doc taking aim as well, but Merc makes it to the top of white stairs and just misses the backside of Mr. B. The re-engagement and a beautiful shot there from Mr. B. So Merc will be the first one to fall inside of Wildcard, and this roam might actually have some teeth after all.
And Mr. B looking absolutely unfazed by that. Just chooses to take the fight and he wins it like the madman he is. But he's gonna have to worry about several different angles, and he doesn't have anybody to support him other than, well, his own ability and maybe that voice in his head telling him, you can do this. You can take care of all these attackers by yourself on the top floor. He can't do that, lo and behold. So it will return to a 4v4 as Wildcard begin to turn their attention to the actual basement site rather than simply the clear. I will say Mr. B did his job rather well. He did delay a fair bit of time off the clock, and that really was the goal. He was planning to live and die on that top floor. So Wildcard do need to be wary of the clock and of the pace that they're maintaining for the second half of this round.
The good news is with Mr. B's successful roam there, being able to acquire the opening pick and acquire some of that range soft breach on Merc's Ash as well. Got the Goyo canisters, the Vulcan canisters, and the Toxic Babes as well from Fett. There's a lot of time waste and a lot of area denial, and Spiff will claim the first one with the Vector, sprinting his way into blue now. Packer will fall. Adam gets one right on back. The last two remaining attackers have at least leveled up man count momentarily as Spiff is on the floor bleeding out. Maybe recoverable in this mess, but no, he red pinged outside of the barrel's door. That will bring things to level footing now in a 2v2, and Adam trying to work his way out of this and towards blue with the diffuser in hand. Surf to join. I don't know if we have any Bs left remaining on Surf, but no more EMPs remaining on Adam at the moment. Be a tough spot to work out of, but they do have the location of Fett playing around inside the closet and the member of Hat playing inside of Elbow. There goes the plant attempt coming out, but Surf, oh, what a shot there from Surf, and Adam pulls off the plant to grab Fett. Fett still killless in this engagement, and unfortunately, we stand on match point for Beastcoast as they were almost able to salvage that one there in the midst of a planting attempt, but Wildcard proved dominant.
That was just great coverage from Surf. I mean, you got to give it up to him there, and then Adam using that opportunity to hop off the diffuser and just get the kill himself. Really well executed from Wildcard in a 2v2 situation like that. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination. A 2v2 with 15 seconds, all the pressure in the world is on your shoulders there for a moment, and you need to somehow try to get that diffuser down while also worrying about two defenders. And guess what? If one of your attackers is planning that diffuser, they are typing away at a keyboard and staring directly at the floor. They're not a gun up. They can't help you. It becomes a 1v2 very quickly. But it was well done for Surf to get the first kill, turning that into a 2v1 where Wildcard were able to seek the frag. Match point for them, as you said, Flynn, as they look to put away Oregon rather quickly. 1 round away from shutting down Beastcoast on their own map.
5 seconds to insertion.
I think that's the takeaway from this again is, you know, Fett had a very fun performance his last time around subbing in on the team, but this time around he just has not found a way to have the same kind of impact, again, on supporting role. He's not supposed to be out there fragging out of his mind, but being on the board at least is the minimum expectation for any player in any one of these games. And I think for Fett here, is just not having the same kind of success. And for Beastcoast as a whole, this is not their optimal lineup. This is not the optimal situation to be in. This is very much a game of, you know, maybe there's a chance, but Wildcard right now, they were so close to making the major without having to go through this LCQ, and Lax talked about not wanting to play the LCQ if you're any one of these teams. I think Wildcard, knowing they were close, but some very unfortunate circumstances, took their optimal lineup off the board as well for that game against Dark Zero. Well, I think this is about revenge here for Wildcard, just getting back into a position they believe they deserve. And I think for Beastcoast here, it's just about trying to survive as long as possible. Merc will make that extremely difficult. He vaults in through the satellite window and will claim Hat. So again, one of those big entry fraggers and one of those big superstar performers for Beastcoast in stage 1, and still in stage 2, honestly, taken off the board in exchange for Merc's life.
I like that decision from Merc, trying to get active and disrupt something. He knew he was alone, knew that he didn't have the support, just committed to the solo play and executed it well. Now, of course, this does turn into a 4v4, so Wildcard are going to have to be a bit more cautious with where they make their move. But Spiff down by Spirits on that angle from the window. That'll work to freeing up Wildcard just a bit here. Doc trying to hold off this push from one side, but keep in mind, this push is coming from multiple directions now. Spirits has worked his way up the white stairs and is looking to pounce. Packer's been finished off, so Spirits knows he's got to make a move, and there it is. Around the corner 1, around the corner 2, and now he's looking in attic for more. Back turned, but eventually there goes Doc. He'll spin around and get the triple. This is a 2v2, but a full minute. Wildcard could regroup, or they could just take the fights. Surf will shut down Mr. B, who was sprinting at him, and now Doc is all alone. His position telegraphed, the site pretty much given up. There's someone in kids circling around into attic now, and Doc is very, very vulnerable here. Wildcard are taking this moment to regroup. They're not going to force the issue, but Doc, so cautious, not careful enough, as Adam will solidify the kill, and Wildcard, oh my, 7-1 dominance on Oregon.
Absolutely. And I think for Beastcoast here, losing your map pick, it's kind of just forget it and move on. That's what we're going to do as well, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head to a quick break, and on the other side, the desk will break down which was a very short Oregon.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Beastcoast are fighting a deck stacked against them in order to get all the way to the major, and a performance like that on Oregon certainly is not going to help matters. Wildcard get a very fast 7-1 over Beastcoast on their own map pick, so that's a phenomenal way for them to start things off, and it's very difficult to find something Wildcard did wrong on that map.
Yeah, Jacob, I think that, starting Oregon defense, they had a lot of things going for them. It was always going to be tough. The casters even said it for Beastcoast to find rounds early in the game, but those rounds kind of never came. Wildcard felt like they were doing very, very good to find those entries, and then even when they lost them, pulling that man advantage back was something they were very, very skilled at here today.
Wildcard were just dominant across the board. They were just looking like the team that came in most prepared into this match. Looking at even some of these highlights. I actually love this play from Adam. I don't know how he picked up on the knock coming in from small side, but that was a beautiful. Oh, you got the answer to that? Oh, okay. But no, like I thought that was a huge play from Adam, and he showed up in general in today. I think he dropped what, 12?
Yeah, he went insane, and I want to harpen back to that jump out play too, because he jumps out the window, he kills Doc on Zofia on the rappel. Doc, 2 claymores in his pocket. Not a care in the world. Doesn't need to put him down.
Yeah.
That's the second time they jumped out of that window, too. So that's really, those little mistakes that we're picking up on from Beastcoast. It felt like it was a bit of a sloppy game coming through from them. Obviously, they're playing with their coach, Fett, a donut, unfortunately, through the game. 0-8. It's going to happen sometimes.
Yikes.
But all in all, like, you're not putting this all on Fett with how they play.
One player I do want to specifically talk about is Merc here. And again, I'm going to probably say this every single time. My deepest condolences to him and his family. But to come in here with all of that and just focusing on the game and putting up the performance that he did, it's like he never even left. I mean, look at that. Like, Merc is such a phenomenal player. And this is one thing I definitely want to say from the personal experience of being a pro player. When things aren't great in life, things are happening, that you just really do got to focus on what you possibly can going into the game. And watching Merc come into this after the news and performing the way he is really should uplift everyone else on that team. Of seeing Merc still coming in, doing what he needs to do, putting up the performance and the numbers and the plays that he was making, it still looks like the exact same Merc. Wonderful plays from him.
Yeah, I think from Merc especially, like, you remember that dorms round where they rush in with the blitz, and we see immediately Hat jumps in the White Stairs window, and then immediately Merc comes on around up White Stairs, able to just shut down that play coming through. So it's that reaction time, I think, too, coming from Merc, just reading the room immediately, understanding what push Beastcoast are trying to go for, and then responding, reacting to that, shutting it down as soon as possible. Thought he and the rest of Wildcard did a fantastic job with that today.
So, Lax, you mentioned Oregon being a little bit more of a default, but now we head into Bank, which is curious just because Wildcard opted not to take the border pick. They went a little bit unexpected, a little off the beaten path, and they went for Bank. Is there some way Beastcoast can fight back into this because the map is...
Well, let me say this. I said Oregon specific because they looked better when their backs, where nothing was on the line, where things are on the line here, and that did not look like the same Oregon that we saw against Luminosity. They looked a lot more discombobulated. They didn't really know what it looked like was going on half the time. So now you're going into a map that is a lot bigger. Sure, it does allow you a lot more freedom in the sense to kind of run around. But if you can't even pull yourself together on a map that is tight and that's a lot less space to work with, and now you're going to work on a map that has tons of space that you have to be communicating and be on the same page about, it's looking tough.
Yeah, both these teams, Beastcoast and Wildcard, have shown weaknesses on Bank through the series. Beastcoast, a 4-game losing streak on Bank. Wildcard, a 3-game losing streak on Bank. Neither of them great on this, but I think, again, it's that confidence from Wildcard saying, we want to take you somewhere where you are not going to be expecting us to take you, and where we know you're very weak. We smell blood in the water. We're going to come at you. We don't care if we're not going to be able to play our very best map, which is Border, because we know we're better than you pretty much anywhere.
Well, for Wildcard, and Beastcoast, someone's losing streak on Bank has to come to an end here. Do Wildcard advance further in this last chance qualifier bracket? Is this the last that we see of Beastcoast for the whole year? It'll be up to Jays, Wills, and Flynn to take us through it.
Thank you, Jacob, and good questions as always. Can Beastcoast stave off defeat for just one more map? We'll have to do it here on Bank, territory that, as we just talked about, Wildcard have had some promising but mixed results on. Flynn, I know you brought up the match against DZ that happened not too long ago.
Yeah, so they played Dark Zero on Bank twice. The first time was the last day of groups, which they got 7-1 by Dark Zero on it. Then, of course, it was last week with Bolo standing in, and I believe that was an 8-7 loss on Bank. And they've also beaten SQ in the first day of Group 7-2 on this map. So it's, you know, it's up and down. There's a very good performance, there's a very bad performance, and there's a very mediocre performance, but impressive given the circumstances. So I think for Wildcard here, opting to take Bank is a strong statement. I also kind of agree with Jesse that, you know, maybe they're seeing that Border is a strong map and there's no sense in putting a fourth VOD of Border out there into the universe, into the ether, when whoever they play will also be playing later today. The winner of our next series will play against Wildcard in 2 days. So they'll have equal time to VOD review. So no sense in putting that Border out there on tape. So you can close it out here on Bank, who, like you said, it's a map that Beastcoast have also not had the best of performances on.
On tape. You really are an old man, aren't you, buddy?
I am a dinosaur.
Yes, we're gonna put this one on film and we're gonna watch it back for you. But yes, it's VOD review, same idea. These guys are they're gonna study up regardless of what technological medium they are going to use to do it. But Bank's a doozy, and as I think everyone on the desk mentioned, compared to Oregon, it is a very different beast. In simple square footage of the map, it is probably double the size and the amount of space you have to cover, as well as the overall structure and how open the map can be. It's an adjustment that both of these teams are going to have to make very quickly, but territory that they should hopefully be quite familiar with at this point. But our operator ban's now completed, and we got a pretty clear idea of what kind of Bank we've got in front of us, and nothing about these bans is surprising at all, Rob.
No, I think jumping into Bank here, I think for Beastcoast, this is very much a situation where you are trying to forget that Oregon ever happened. Kind of tough considering that was your map pick, but, you know, throw it out the mind. Don't think about it any longer. There's nothing you do to change the past. And you got 2 maps here in Bank and then hopefully Cafe to win this series and propel yourself further in the last chance qualifier. Just to remind everyone of the format as well, this is single elimination. Every game is best of 3, but if you lose a series, you are done. And like the desk touched on as well, that could be you done for the rest of 2023. There is a lot on the line here for these teams, and 7 teams in this bracket of 8 will meet that fate where they will not be attending Atlanta at minimum. So lots on the line, big high stakes game here, and I think for Beastcoast, if you get caught up on what just happened on Oregon, you're not going to have a fun time on Bank.
Brutal. I mean, it's hard because we're looking at this last chance qualifier, and I'm not going to say every single one of them is a major caliber team, but there are certainly a handful of these teams that deserve to be at the major and can absolutely be putting up a fight on the international stage. Only one of them will get the chance to do that. And that truly is something that, well, we're going to have to come to terms with here, as will these teams as they find themselves. And as Beast Coast finds themselves now officially in a do or die situation, Bank has to be their map. And if it's not, then we will not see map 3, and they are going to be done for the time being and for potentially the end of this year. That's why Mr. B is going to start things off well. He's going to start things off hot. That's 1 kill, and he's going to be looking for 2. Adam around the other side will equalize, however. So this one will be a 4v4, only 1 minute in.
Man, a staggering amount of information as there goes the swing from Spirits down main stairs as well. He'll drop Fett to about 10 HP. The 3 armor just barely persevering in that engagement. Doc, though, firing up to the floorboards will grab the head of Adam. It was actually towards main stairs as well. Tough spot to be in here as his hat is alone inside of Archives. This is about 50 HP from up above, and there goes the rain coming down. Surf will finally claim his victim. I was going to say, there's a lot of information coming out onto these roamers, from Jackal pings, from red pings, from drones as well. Doc is going to be the last contingent of this roamer, and I think he's just going to try and grab another pick or at least deal some damage before bailing out, as they have killed almost half of the round, or more than half the round now. And as the Jackal track comes out, the solos will bail down the hatch. All 3 members for Beast Coast returning to the objective, to safety, and they've done some good damage. You take off the Ash, you take off the Buck, stand at a 3v3. The only real problem here is Fett's health so low, and Wildcard opening up every hatch possible as the Haban is still in play, so they'll have plenty of options for the site execute.
We said they've wasted half the round on this roam. They've also taken care of just over half of the drone economy for Wildcard. That will slightly limit their information here going into the last 40 seconds. 4 drones is still nice, though. And they should be able to get a little bit of information through the smoke, though. It's Doc who conceals himself within it and takes the head of Spirits. Wildcard now, their backs are against the wall. Surf thriving in that position, just now has to be wary of the smoke in the elevator. And even 2v2, but 20 seconds puts all the responsibility on Wildcard here. Only 1 bullet needs to land onto Fett, and Spiff is out of smokes. This is going to come down to bullets and who can land their shots. Packer from the other side, though, caught off guard, and Surf is just sitting still in the long haul. Did nothing to support his teammate there on the swing, and the time will expire. Nothing that Wildcard could do.
Pretty sure we're all seeing the same slideshow of Fett emoting there at the end, so some difficulties with the webcam for Fett, unfortunately, as we did enjoy his celebrations at the end of the last playday for Beastcoast. I think for that round there, just patience, honestly. Patience and perseverance, able to survive in that situation. Getting the opening pick there for Mr. B onto Merc into ATMs as well, like I said, under threat of so much intelligence against him. Jackal track coming out, red pings from the drones. I think there were 2 members from Wildcard on a drone as well, holding Mr. B's position at the top of Banana, and yet still comes away victorious. So we've seen Mr. B actually win out some very impressive engagements against Merc so far in this series, once on Oregon and now here on Bank. Being able to hold out downstairs as well, not over swinging that situation of the 3v3, still having some utility to play with and slow down the advancement from Wildcard. So very good response around there for Beastcoast, and very good patience in the end to not walk into a mistake that Wildcard was waiting for them to make.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I think that's well put. I think Wildcard waiting for Beastcoast to make a mistake rather than trying to really force it themselves. And I think it was very indicative of that when we saw their positioning in those last few seconds, when you had one player pushing in all alone, the other one sitting back and trying to capitalize maybe on an awkward Beastcoast rotation. Right as they say, oh, someone's in the site, we've got to go. Maybe they expose themselves to that player sitting in the long haul. Clearly, they did not. And as a result, Wildcard were not able to get any kills for free. They had to work for them, and they didn't work hard enough. So down just 1 round here as they look to regroup in round number 2. We shift objectives, of course. This Beastcoast will be looking to defend, break, and open now as their second site of choice. Spirits, the first one in quickly up top, will get Mr. B completely caught off guard, and now he'll be looking for a second around the other side. And Conference, that's 2, is a third one there, almost, but not quite finding the head of Spiff. Good start for Wildcard, though.
Yeah, Spiff ending the run of terror there for the Sledge of Spirits, and he's able to bail out as Adam was topside as well. Surf gonna push in to join him and try and continue that run, but beautiful 2 entries there from Spirits, nearly 3, and so much top control established now for Wildcard with this attack. And Yellow Pink's coming out onto a defender attempting a flank. It's Hat inside of Archives, debating to go towards Square Stairs. Drones will spot him and he'll retreat all the way back to the bomb site. So much different story than round number 1. You got a man advantage, and now you've got all the map control you could want midway through the round here for Wildcard, as opposed to finally brushing those defenders back towards the objective.
Merc again trying to get a bit cheeky here. You see him sneaking his way on through Archives. Beastcoast equally stealthy positioning. You see Spiff there being very, very cautious. Fett's position is known, although Spiff's may not be. You see the smoke trying to throw out some of those toxic babes and delay a bit of that time off the clock, but exposing himself now to Surf up above and losing his life. That's not going to help Beastcoast whatsoever. Hat feels like he has to get active, and Spit has finally been forced out, and just like that, Wildcard take the second round.
Like you said, just feeling like they're forced to make a move there. You can see the smoke walking towards the open area double door, towards main stairs as well. And just so many instances in that round where Beastcoast feeling like they had to either respond to the aggression, like the top floor incident, or down on the bomb site, just trying to respond to the floorboards evaporating above them and trying to get active and trying to win some gunfights. And not a lot of winning getting done there for Beastcoast on that round, unfortunately, across the board. So an open area defense falls unsuccessful after a successful downstairs attempt. We have seen CEO somewhat fall by the wayside here in terms of objective that wants to be played and wants to be in that main 3, as opposed to just kind of a one-off site every round. And Spirits, again, millimeters away from a 3-piece topside there. Good job from Spiff to shut that down, but just never really reacquiring the momentum. Although Beastcoast feeling like if they make a couple alterations, apparently, they could win this bomb site. So they'll run it back. A little more reinforcement topside as well with a deployable shield.
10 seconds remaining.
In towards loan office. So more of a concentrated setup and a motion detector onto the CEO windows to know if Spirits comes flying into the window.
Attackers are
That's a great adjustment. That is a perfect change to exactly what the problem was in that last round. Now, if somebody is sneaking upstairs, top square, CEO repel, you are going to know about it. So Wildcard are likely going to have to be a bit more wary as they make their entry. But who knows? Maybe they won't want to go for that full top-down clear. Kind of teasing that now, at least, as Spirits is already going to open up an angle right on into break. Merc as well will be holding said angle all the way down into open area where Fett is keen to challenge him. The nade, Merc's second and final nade, will not connect, however, so that will limit the utility that this wildcard attack has for the remainder of this round. But Merc will eventually find the kill anyway, and now using this moment to creep on in, another kill, walks right into his open arms, and Doc, well, he's the last one who can do anything about it. Absolutely shut down. Mr. B finally trades it out, but at what cost? Every single teammate of his is already gone. Caught in the vault animation is how that one will end. And Mr. B not able to put the team on it back in a 1v4 situation. Wildcard, a swift and easy round 3.
Well, we talked about Oregon being quick. I think we're increasing the tempo from Oregon here from Wildcard. A little bit of a slowdown and a little bit of a misstep there on round number 1. And ever since then, we are at full throttle for Wildcard. I think that's what, Beastcoast with 3 kills in the last 2 rounds, if I can count to 3 properly. For Beastcoast here, unfortunately, running back the site with a more entrenched top floor roam is very vulnerable to Merc with the G36 getting the opener and absolutely decapitating everyone who tries to rotate down from that reinforced position topside. So we go back downstairs to the basement, again, where Beastcoast have had the only success so far on this map, to try and get things back under control. And I think for Wildcard here, keeping the tempo up is good. I think right now Wildcard have Beastcoast on their heels, not only from Oregon, but into the beginning of Bank here as well. And you don't want to let off the throttle. You really do want to be controlling the tempo and controlling the pace at which this series progresses, because it's going in the very right direction.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, setting the pace in that last round, Wildcard, really just perfect. They knew how successful a quick and dirty entry on that top floor was in round number 2, and they said, you know what, we know you are going to challenge that. You're going to adjust for that. You're going to account for that. So we're going to raise you and just go direct. We saw how successful an attack like that can be on display. Like that, just from Wildcard. Now, they're going to have to see what they can do to attack this basement site again. At least that's where the first fight will happen, here in Garage. It is Cat here on the Mozzie, who is going to look to take the fight. A very long-range fight here with Spirits. Not necessarily the wisest thing to do against a sniper rifle, but, well, you know, Hat. Involved in every open, or almost every opening engagement in map number 1. You know where his mind's at.
Doc under siege here inside of open area, but Mr. B again will start things off. Good response there from Merc, and there goes, yeah, Hat. I think that's the essence of Rainbow Six Siege, especially in ranked these days, is a Roni with a 1.5 against a sniper rifle and thinking it's a fair engagement. But here goes Merc turning his attention back towards main stairs as Mr. B was detected on a run out outside of ATMs. The Wildcard should be well wary of his position and the potential retreat here. They're yellow pinging him out upstairs as well on a drones. Once again, the intel reigning supreme here for Wildcard. They're going to track Mr. B on his rotation back towards main stairs on the bomb site every step of the way. Holding him from inside of tellers and just needing to turn the corner a few pixels more. Surf will make some noise now, turning the corner, trying to engage with Mr. B as he finds another opponent, but it is Surf to collect the kill and establish a doubled up man advantage. Spirit pushing his way in through Garage, and this is all falling apart once again for Beastcoast.
Yeah, it's just crumbling to pieces. Fett and Spiff will be left to put what pieces remain together to try to find some sort of success. But even when everything clicks into position, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this one off. There it is. Merc will silence them both and end that round decisively. Wildcard keep on rolling.
Like Lax said, man, Merc is unleashed right now. He's on a heater, and there's no time like the present to turn up and have a game like this. It's going to give you some momentum heading into the series being played, multiple series being played on Wednesday, should Wildcard close out this series. And I think all indications are leading towards that result, barring some drastic turnaround from Beastcoast here. And you can see Packer just kind of throwing his hands up like, yeah, this isn't too tough right now. And I think for Beastcoast, the objective here is just make round a little more difficult, but you can see the vibes. The vibes on Wildcard right now are immaculate, and there's no slowing them down. They're in a good headspace. They are winning supremely, not even just the series, but every single round for the last few now has been extremely dominant. It hasn't looked like Beastcoast has had much of a chance in any of these rounds. So we return to a bomb site that's kind of fallen by the wayside these days in CEO to try and gain some traction for Beastcoast in this series. Unfortunately, though, their attempts at trying alternate bomb sites on Oregon were only 50-50 on the meeting hold, so hoping for some better percentages here for Beastcoast in the CEO defense.
We did see the polar opposites there. We saw the smiling ear to ear and then 4 faces of absolute concentration. So maybe that concentration is enough here to get Beastcoast back in this. They've had a moment to talk things over, see if they can make something happen, but that is a brutal blow for Beastcoast and for Mr. B. He'll now have to lead the team from the camera view rather than actually being in the lobby itself. Merc is on one. Whether it's with his gun, with a couple of nades, he is getting the job done just as easily. Wildcard looking to take advantage of this early momentum, and here they come, trying to seize control of the site with this Amaru. Adam takes care of Spiff. Spirits takes care of Doc, and this diffuser is already going down. Merc tacks on another, and Hat is gone too. It's a flawless round for Wildcard. This bank is looking brutal.
Like I said, if you're Wildcard, you don't want to slow down. You want to keep your foot all the way against the gas pedal. Adam is still just having a day, man. We saw Fett get to emote on the final play day of group stages for Beastcoast, their game where Fett subbed in and they were able to win on Oregon. So I think for Adam now to get some revenge dance in the face cam is only fair game. And I think for Wildcard here, 3 rounds away from wrapping this best of 3 up in a hurry. This is a best of 3. We should mention there is potentially another map on the cards here. Cafe would be the decider should we get there. But I think with every round that passes, we're seeing the inevitability of Wildcard. Just these attacks have been so thorough, and a couple of them have actually been flawless. So for Wildcard here, you got to clean up one more attack round. You have the exact same score line as you did in the first half on Oregon. This time it'll be attacking bank as opposed to defending Oregon. A 5-1 lead, very commanding, and a big possibility here for Wildcard to move into the second half of the second map, but the opportunity to close things out in a hurry.
I think Wildcard feel that, well, that match against DZ, a chance to go straight to the major was missed, and they are not going to miss another opportunity like that again, at least not just yet. This is not a one and done situation like that match in the playoffs. This is a not long grind, but you got to get through several rounds of bracket first. And this one against Beastcoast, so far it's going just fine, as you pointed out, Flynn. So 4-1, Wildcard sitting pretty, playing pretty well. And Beastcoast need to pull out all the stops here. Maybe Fett can be an instrument in that. Finally, he'll get on the board and he'll take care of Adam in the process. But Packer, he sees the opportunity to sneak in from behind. He finds one. Oh no, Fett misses that kill. Now Packer's a threat still to be dealt with. It was actually Mr. B on the other side who missed the opportunity, and not Fett. Fett ended up rolling around from the other side and getting that kill in response. So still, Beastcoast putting in some work. They are not done yet.
Some aggression met with some aggression. Here goes an impact onto the server hatch, and Merc is going to have to evacuate his position there. There's just too many angles to contend with. Spirit's pushing his way in through lobby, so the last two remaining members for Wildcard in this attack separated, and honestly just going to try and grab what they can. As quite the roam contingent being brought out from Beastcoast, and Mr. B will decapitate Merc inside of the dirt tunnel, so the swings press on for Beastcoast. Maybe able to salvage this half. A 4-2 is not the end of the world. I think for Wildcard here and Spirits, it's an opportunity to pad a few stats and really just take the opportunity to talk it out with each other, although the vault through the square balcony will bring that to a swift end. So, Beastcoast able to respond to the aggression that Wildcard were bringing and respond with some aggression of their own and at least bring one round back into their favor. But again, you can see these face cams for Wildcard. They do not seem stressed by that round loss one iota.
But it's an important round nonetheless, because 5-1 would have felt like that's curtains, like it's over, given the momentum that Wildcard have riding that high from Oregon. But 4-2, it's a very different beast, especially if Beast Coast can start out this second half with a round win. I mean, it's 5-1 and you get a round win on your second half. It's 2-5. You're still down a huge 3-round margin. But 2-4, 1 round win puts you in spitting distance, right up against your opponents, and gives you that little spark that you might need to light the fire that can bring you back. Again, Wildcard are clearly playing well right now, and it does seem like this is their map. But Beast Coast, a little glimmer of hope still remains after that one. They did decide to pull out all the stops like we said they had to. They got a bit more aggressive, and in these opening engagements that you're seeing now, this is really where Beast Coast started to click. Packer was able to get one, but they grouped up, they played coordinated, and they did not let him do any more damage than that.
Yeah, I think it's the big difference that we saw on that roam as compared to what we saw from Mr. B earlier on in this map and also on Oregon, where it was just Mr. B on an island. You know, it's just him alone with a T5 trying to survive for as long as possible and take as many with him as he can. This time around, much more teamwork utilized, able to collapse onto Packer. They do surrender the first pick, but they're able to trade it out pretty well. So a situation that seems like an improvement for Beast Coast. They now start the attack, and it looks like they want to mimic some of the pace setting that Wildcard were bringing. Is Fett again on the Montaigne, will lead the charge into server. Not to contend with the mirror, the smoke, the nitro cell, and there goes Fett. So the shield dispatched from the round very early on for a decent amount of utility in return, but still, it's not a winning position to be in if you're Beast Coast, and it looks like Mr. B is going to have to find an alternate method of entry here as he bails out of the dirt tunnel, as will Doc, and everyone on Beast Coast just trying to find a new avenue towards the bomb site, and they'll get cut down in the process on try number 2.
Oh, we saw Mr. B chuckling a bit there, knew the hilarity of the situation that they find themselves in now, with the Monty walking into a crossfire, getting torn apart. Now Hat is gone, and it really does seem like this round is not over, but it's going to be quite the uphill climb. Spiff will maybe take a few steps up that mountain, taking care of Merc, shutting down the absolute menace that has been working so well for Wildcard so far on, well, both map 1 and map 2, but 9 kills already here on Bank. Beast Coast may be looking to tighten things up and push their way on in. Wildcard the same, now that they're only up by 1 body here. Very realistic that Beast Coast could bridge this gap. Mr. B, though, problem is he is isolated, and Spiff trying to come down and support that position. Well, he will have a tough time against Adam. Smoke as well wants another gunfight, and he's going to take it. That's a triple kill on the round, and that is the end of Doc's life in round number 7. Mr. B, as you saw there, yeah, not much longer for this world. Wildcard, they switch it up, go to the second half, and start things off just the same.
Yeah, we still get to the 5-round wins that Wildcard would have wanted, just 1 round later. It's a 5-2 scoreline now for Wildcard, 2 rounds away from advancing to at least the semifinals in this LCQ being played on Wednesday, and potentially the finals, which will also be played on Wednesday. And I think right now for Wildcard, not really feeling like it's a too much of a hassle to imagine picking up 2 rounds before the end of regulation here. And you can see Adam kind of rubbing it in a little bit. They're finding some bodies, they're dancing around, they're having some fun. This is kind of just a day out at the park, and I think Mr. B as well is feeling that from Wildcard. I'm giggling at his reaction to that because, like you said, Jonah, it just seemed like he was realizing the same kind of situation where it's just, oh wow, we are in trouble here, unfortunately. And for Beastcoast, like I said, just try and get what you can here. Try and bring it back one round at a time. It's not all going to come back all at once. And I think for Wildcard, keep it in cruise control, and it should be a short series.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, the basement site isn't easy to attack. I think Beastcoast also proved that on their own defensive side. That was the one round they were able to secure in that first few chunks of rounds where it looked like, oh, maybe they've got a chance here. But I think Beastcoast, they know what they need to do now, and that is just go absolutely nuts. Mr. B, Gara hook up into top square in the first 20 seconds. He is looking to get active, and Merc is not having any of it. Hat tried to sneak in and get active on the other side, but he gets shut down. Mr. B, he's got a bit more info maybe than Hat did, but even a drone at his feet is not enough. Packer will take care of him, and Beastcoast, this does really feel like it could be the end. 5v3, Wildcard clearly feeling comfortable, confident. Surf up above is going to fortify that position and maintain it a bit longer, while Beastcoast just try to push in one by one and get something done if they can.
I think the sad thing is here is that to a casual here, this might look like Beastcoast just kind of throwing it away. I'm honestly of the belief that this is Beastcoast trying the only thing that's worked so far, which is bring aggression in response to Wildcard's activity, and yet they just haven't been successful on the opening engagement. Spiff will at least get one here onto Adam, bringing it down to a 2v4, so not the most impossible task as he doubles up now, grabbing Surf upstairs in the elevator, Merc taking damage. So Beastcoast, like I said, working their way out of it with the only way that they seem to have found success on so far on Bank. Spirits has worked his way off the bomb site very slightly, but for the rest of Wildcard, the defense will remain in tow. I think right now for Fett outside of the printer window, he's just trying to get lucky. He's just trying to catch someone on a rotation, trying to move to a better position than catch a headshot to the wall. Smokes will start to pour out now to slow the advance here from the remaining Beastcoast attackers, and this push into the bomb site here, it's going to be hectic, and it's really going to come down to Spiff hitting some more shots.
Does he want to drop down? That's the question. Fett exposes Merc there. Oh, but Spiff gets taken care of from the other side. So now it is all up to the man himself, the coach who stepped in and tried to put the team on his back. Unfortunately, in that moment, he will not be successful. Wildcard, they stayed tidy enough to take the round, even though Spiff and Fett were able to work it back just a hair. And now Wildcard have put themselves on map point, series point, and Beastcoast, for them, it is elimination point from the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, this is the season on the line here for Beastcoast, the end of stage 2 and the end of what is on the calendar right now for 2023. Obviously, Atlanta is coming up next, but winning out through this bracket without dropping a series is the only way you make it to Atlanta. So losing your first series, not good. That ends your run. I think for Wildcard here, nice little tune-up game before going into semifinals and potentially the finals as well, as they were the team to fall just short of qualifying for Atlanta without having to go through this gauntlet. And again, some very unfortunate circumstances that took their most optimal lineup that we're seeing today away from them. But it seems like Wildcard have bounced back from that situation very strong, and everyone right now performed to their best of abilities. And Mr. B, he's gonna go for one more old college try on the Blitz.
Yeah,
we'll see how it goes. Like I said, Beastcoast just working with what they got, and what they've got is aggression worked a couple times in response. They were able to get some opening picks, and things went well in those rounds. Let's just try and run that back, because there hasn't really been much of another answer for Beastcoast in this series, whether it be on Oregon or on Bank. So, like I said, Jonah, this could be the end of Beastcoast 2023.
This is one of those moments where if you're in a LAN environment, if you have a crowd, this is when everyone should just start chanting, Mr. B, Mr. B. You just want him to make something happen here. He's got the Blitz. He's got the energy here, and well, with a smile on his face, you know he's going to be just pushing his way on in and trying to get up to no good. Seeing if he can lead this team to some success here. Hat trying to get on the board for his very first kill on Bank. He will be successful in doing so. Mr. B rolling on in will now assist in the next 2 kills for his team. This is going all Beast Coast's way, as it is now a 4v1, and Merc is the last alive, chased away from this top floor. And with Diffuser down, Beast Coast get to say that they have claimed yet another round here on Bank. Mr. B somehow gets dropped there while full blinded. The valiant effort from Merc, to be sure, in the 1-by-1 box he finds himself in, but he ends it with a Nitro Cell, and Beast Coast happy to take another round.
I feel for him. I feel for you. You can see everyone on Wildcard is cheesing it up right now. He got stunned by the Blitz and was able to actually down Mr. B while blinded, and then got re-flashbanged and said, screw this. I don't know if he intentionally just threw the Nitro at the wall and blew it because he was sick of being flashbanged, or he just didn't want the onslaught coming, or if he really just did try to throw a Nitro Cell while being completely blinded. But either way, it's an unfortunate end to the round here. Yeah, he's full blind. Yeah, he just chucked it while blind. I'm not sure what the intended target was, whether that was intentional or accidental.
The better way to go out. It was absolutely intentional.
It was the much better way to go out for the memes anyway. That's a good way to end the round there. And like I said, Beast Coast, you can bring some aggression, and it seems to work early on. So we can stack a couple more rounds like that on the precipice of defeat. Maybe there's some overtime in the cards here for Beast Coast. Maybe there's a new way to push forward in this series.
Give me more! Yes, Mr. B!
10 seconds remaining.
Give me more! Give me more! I want it. I'm here for it.
5 seconds.
Mr. B is going to bring out the Blitz, and we are going to see the same thing yet again. Maybe Wildcard will be ready for it this time, but who knows? Who knows? Anything is possible when you put a shield, a flash shield, in that man's hands. Hat has also gotten on the board. A good sign. Potentially he could get a couple more here. He was very important, at least for the early round hopes of Beast Coast in map number 1. And, well, what we saw there, he got an opening kill in that round, and all of a sudden Beast Coast are finding some success. Unfortunately, as I say that, he is going to be the first one to go down. Adam was more than prepared for that, but Beast Coast have a response. Doc gets that one onto Merc.
Well, there goes Fett as well. As still quite a few roamers here for Wildcard. Here comes the Blitz again from Mr. B, hunting his target, ADSing and finding the head of Spirits, leveling the man count at a 3v3, and Surf now is going to try and use the Super Shorty to bail out of this predicament. Does not want to be tangled up with Mr. B yet again. Going all the way downstairs with the ADS again, Mr. B! Going nuclear with the Blitz and the P12. Another man advantage established here for Beast Coast, as again, they're putting their foot to the throttle as well and trying to keep this at least as entertaining as possible.
Hey, it's working. It's certainly entertaining, and not only that, they are putting up a serious fight here. They now have the man advantage here. Still down 3 rounds, but it could just be 2 if these final 2 Beast Coast players can do something about it. Doc and Spiff are going to need to combine here for a couple, but Packer is just not going to allow them to have any fun. Come on, Packer, give him a chance here. Let him back in. Doc, 1v2. It's not over yet, but with one of these defenders rotating up above, Doc has now 2 different angles to worry about. Oh, and this is not going to be easy if he wants to work in this direction. Gold vault. Doc knows somebody is there. But once this swing happens, Packer's going to drop in from behind. He's in a kill box. There's nothing Doc can do but try to pull off a miracle here. Step on up and get shotgunned in the face. Wildcard, take it into, and a fun Bank to send us through to the end. A dominant series though, and Wildcard will move on to face the winner of our next series today. To break this one down further though, we're gonna go back to the studio. Jacob, it's all you, my friend.
Appreciate you, Jonah. It was a really, really revengeful Wildcard that came back into the series after losing to Space Station, losing to Dark Zero. They take out all of that aggression at the very end. They do it against Beast Coast. Commiserations to those guys. We will no longer be seeing Beast Coast again for the remainder of the 2023 season. But for Wildcard, what a way to make a statement into the first game in the LCQ.
That's how you want to start it, right? I mean, they're a team who want to be going all the way. They're hopefully going to be in those grand finals for their sake. They came so close through the playoffs. Now to get such a a dominant win over their first round opponent to put Beastcoast to bed nice and quick, get more time to rest up and watch this next game. They should be feeling very good.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we predicted. They were going to be the winners here. I did give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt going into Oregon, but both of these maps, Wildcard just looked like they had a plan, they had a strategy, they had the talent, they had the gun skill, they had everything across the board in order to pull out this dub in a dominating fashion.
And Merc, I think, has got to be the MVP of this game coming through. Oh my God, he played so good on the attack. Multiple entries coming through with 2Ks, 3Ks. This round, getting 2 nade kills from below. Really impressive stuff coming through from him on the Yana. We saw him entering onto open area through the printer. We saw him clearing top floor. I mean, he was just everywhere and a complete menace against Beastcoast. None of them were seemingly able to win their gunfights against them. We saw Fett get his first kill of the series in this round here, round number 6, finding frags before we saw anything from Hat in this game. So a little bit of a worrying performance coming through. If your substitute coach coming in is not fragging, I think that's one thing. If your star player who has been the best fragger for your team since the team formed is not fragging, that is a completely different story.
On which we've talked about. I think one of Beast Coast's biggest falls have been losing those 2 veteran players of Hyper and Vertical. Now, unfortunately, they do have about 6 months of time off to really try to figure things out what they need. Maybe a roster change, maybe swapping people around in roles. Who knows what that looks like, but as for Beast Coast, they are done.
We got Packer Star on the line to walk us through exactly how this game went out. Dude, I feel like every time we talk to Packer, whenever he wants to show up, whenever he feels like it, maybe he can hear me.
It's like a hidden Pokemon.
We'll figure it out. Every time I feel like we talk to Packer, the energy is always at a real-time high. It feels like everybody on Wildcard, when they're firing on all cylinders, that's just the vibe that they give off. So, dude, talk to me about this a little bit. It feels like everyone has you pegged to be one of the top teams in LCQs. So walk me through how you beat Beast Coast today.
We just showed up, really. We just wanted to play and have fun. The last round on attack, you guys saw, they told me, I'm getting droned in by my teammates. They said, we're letting you off the leash for 1 round. I get to play Yana. Me and Shaw just got to have some fun that round.
Well, it looked like a lot of fun, Packer. Congratulations on the win. I want to ask you a little bit with the strategy coming into this. You guys had your map pick open. Border was right there. It's your favorite map. You go bank instead. Can you explain that pick for us?
We just wanted to play our game. We didn't really, we knew we were going to win on, what map we played. It didn't really matter, so we just wanted to have fun, and we just felt like it would be more enjoyable to play bank today.
Okay.
Jeez, you kind of you guys are just looking dominant. I've been trying to facilitate something in my mind of what I can ask. Just obviously your vibe right now isn't as super happy. You aren't as screaming as loud even in this views. What's the reason for that?
Unfortunately, Beast Coast has struggled during this stage.
Yeah.
They're my friends, and I was hoping they were they would have a good stage, but it's been the opposite. And that game kind of just felt like a ranked game, to be honest.
Yeah.
So it didn't really feel like a comp game, and I couldn't really get excited for it. But I've also realized I've been struggling a little bit, my performance by itself, and I need to become more a better support player. So that's how I was focusing on that game, just trying to be locked in and focusing on my own game.
For sure. Definitely makes sense. Well, I mean, you guys are looking dominant. It looks like you guys haven't let off the gas by any means.
Yeah, dude. Last question before we let you go. It's 2 days until you have your next game. It's either going to be, the opposite side of the bracket being either Mirage or Aerial Rise. I'm sure you probably don't necessarily care who it is. The only thing that matters is the prep, right?
I can't hear you.
Sign language.
Okay.
I don't know it.
I know no sign language. I won't be able to figure it out.
Okay,
We good?
now I can hear you.
Yeah, sweet. What are you going to do in these next couple of days before you figure out who you play in the bracket?
I mean, we're gonna watch the next game because I believe that's who we play, and after that, then we're just gonna practice and be prepared for the next game. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just gonna come down to how we play. I mean, whoever we play, doesn't really matter. We just gotta focus on ourselves, right?
All right, stay locked in, dude. Keep that mentality going into your next games, and hopefully we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. On the right path, I feel like there's not really much else to be said. They came, they showed, they conquered. That's it. Sorry, Beast Coast. Wildcard up.
Yeah, and I think he kind of said it best when he said it felt like a ranked game. I think we kind of saw that. It was obviously an extremely dominant performance coming through from Wildcard. Unfortunate way to go out if you're Beast Coast. Would have been nice to see a little bit more from them. Yeah, but I think ultimately, seeing Wildcard come out, be so dominant when we know that they should be one of, if not the favorites to win this whole qual, it's nice to see that actually come through.
Yeah, I'd love to see the performance from them, given all the hurdles that they've been versing recently, but still for them and Merc to be coming back in, playing the way that they are, are. It looks, again, they haven't let off the gas, and I'm excited to see what they keep bringing.
They're going to have a break up until they face the winner of either Aerial Arise or Mirage, and that game is coming up next. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a sec.
I wouldn't have imagined it, you know, a few weeks or months ago, but now that we're here, it feels like we belong here.
I know that they're going to think we're a very easy target, and I think that might be their downfall.
You know, I've never done anything like this big in my life. Definitely excited to, you know, meet these teams, you know, been watching them for a long time. So yeah, being, you know, next to them and even competing in the same event is pretty insane.
Yeah, it was only until I started competing in Rainbow that I really knew what I wanted to do.
I personally am very confident in my team's ability to be able to take this entire major.
We just need to play strong Siege, we need to play together, and we need to be very switched on game day.
We have very, very strong individuals that can flip a switch and be the best player you've ever seen.
Jigsaw is like the quintessential young gunner. He likes to think he's better than everyone, and a lot of the time he actually is, so I respect it a lot. He likes to also tell everyone that he thinks he's better than everyone.
He's definitely going to try and get into people's heads this major.
God, he's one of the sharpest players I've ever seen touch the game.
I know Jigsaw likes to playfully antagonize some of the teams on Twitter or in the lobby and be a bit of the villain.
Definitely a bit of a brat when I was younger.
There's a lot of tension, I think, between other regions and us.
To be honest, the main point holding us back is that we haven't had a competitive Oceanic team in a long time.
I think we do have a lot to prove, and not only just for ourselves, but genuinely for the entirety of Australian Siege.
We're definitely one of the titans in Australia right now. We're always going to be considered a waste of a spot by other regions.
Making the major and competing together is basically why we play. We come to prove ourselves on the world stage.
I don't think Team Bliss fears any team, to be honest. Not even the world champions.
I would say the sacrifices are worth it. if you make it to the top.
Basically, you could be the best team in the world one stage, and the next stage you could be out of the league.
I personally don't fear anyone.
We're just kind of we have to deal with what we have.
We would definitely be in the underdogs in this major because we've literally proven nothing. We're a fresh team. No one knows how we play.
Like, we do have the best 5 that we can produce.
Keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
Definitely don't treat us like a lower tier team.
We're just going to take it game by game like we have been all season and do what works for us. And if that's not good enough, then we'll just come back and be better next time.
We always shout at the enemy team or like try and make people feel awkward or like uncomfortable and all that. Like it's pretty evil when you think about it.
If the crowd is in our side, like we have like more advantage to win the game, you know. It's more energy for us.
You can feel the crowd is rumbling below like an earthquake.
It's about not staying on that track that got us the win, but it's about creating a new one.
Right now we are the best, so it's about, you know, become 1% better every day.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Now you are that roster, you're the people that they entrusted to take that even further. Yeah, you should have an ego.
It feels good to be classed as the best team in the world, you know, but at the same time it adds a lot of pressure on your shoulders because you don't want to be the best team in the world only for like a couple of months, you know. You want to be the best team in the world, period.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have like no doubts that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
I mean, my biggest moment was to win 6 Invitational.
And how did that feel?
Actually, I felt nothing.
I am confident. Like, I am really confident in our ability because I know how good we can play. You know, we just won the World Championship. Like, I know we can do it.
You have to sacrifice everything if you want to be the best.
Not only do the teams look up to us, but they look at us and they want to beat us.
Of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. Like, we just won the World Championship. Why wouldn't we be?
They know that we have 5 insanely talented players, and I don't think many other teams can say that for themselves, that all 5 players on their team are, you know, insanely good.
If we show up, nobody will beat us. Nobody.
I'm always like confident that we can win it all, otherwise I would not be here.
Everyone's going to be looking towards us and studying how we play the game.
When other teams look at us like that, we look back at them and we're like, yes, we'll be there to defend it.
All the other teams that are at this event have copied our play style. They're just so clueless, and that makes me laugh. I'm very confident. I think the team right now is very confident. There's a reason for that, and it's not just, you know, us being crazy egomaniacs.
I think people should fear us, definitely.
It's the biggest team, it's the biggest org, it's the best team, you have the best players. And now it's up to us to defend that and see what we can do about it to prove everyone that we're right.
Our second matchup of the day is all set to determine who between the Owls or the Airplanes is somehow better at flying. It's Aerial Mirage and Mirage on deck for quarterfinal number 2. This one is slated to be good just because there's a team that we haven't talked about so far through the NAL so far. It's one team that came through the quals and another team that's led by Meepy that's still trying to see what they can accomplish here. This game should be good on paper.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think this is going to be the closest quarterfinal matchup in my opinion. You know, we've seen some struggles from Mirage throughout the regular season. Aerial Rise, they're a fresh young team. They did really well in the open qualifier. So if we're going to see an upset today, I think this could be where it is.
And sure, these guys are, you know, brand new, familiar, maybe to some of the pro players, but not familiar to the community. A lot of these teams do scrim these T2 teams, so I would like to believe Mirage is sort of used to how Aerial plays or how these players, I even remember some of these players scrimming them. They're phenomenal players, so to see them up here on the LCQ, love to see it.
So talk about AA just at the start, because we can talk about Mirage all day, but for Aerial Rise, people might know the brand, people might know some of the names on it, but it's also very different at the same time.
Yeah, so we saw Aerial Rise in the first stage LCQ. They came in and lost a quick 2-0 to the Sonics. In the offseason, throughout Element 1, they've made a lot of changes. They've replaced 4 players. Poison returns as the IGL to kind of lead this team. He's now, of course, you see the new players on the squad, Bay, Inrio, Woos, and Brios. Gonna be excited to see how they do. Brios and Woos both come from Dilemma Esports, who finished 12th in Element 1. Inrio comes from Carry the Boats, who finished 14th back in Element 1. And then Bay was on Outlast, finishing 5th in Element 1. 1. So players that have been around the tier 2 scene for a while now. Some successes, some failures coming from these squads, but certainly not no names if you've been following the tier 2 scene for a while.
But the only downside is all those guys only have team chemistry as this exact 5 from the qualifier period, because it looks very different from what it was like back in the Element 1 phase. So hopefully they're able to put together a decent amount of team chemistry coming into this series, unlike Mirage, Laxing, who have been together for a long time. They've got a storied coach. Talk to me about how these guys did in this.
Yeah, we've talked about Mirage quite a bit throughout the stage, and the two big standout players being Kansan specifically and Vertical. These are two players that I really am going to want to be seeing put in their best foot forward for this match and throughout the rest of this bracket. I feel like if we see these two, you can only hope then seeing Rampy and Spiker and Slothy really step up in those areas that we've talked about and harped on to see that improvement. And I do believe with Spiker's IGLing, even if he is a brand new IGL and coaching some of these veteran players, I can see the success there, but it is all on the line now.
Both of these teams are similar in only one aspect that I think we've really been able to determine so far, because again, Aerial Arise still relatively new. We're still trying to figure out what this 17th version of AA is going to look like when they play in this qualifier, but they've both got IGLs and they're both still coming into their own.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what these two IGLs have been building with their teams, right? Because you don't often get the young guy coming through and leading the squad. We've got Spiker coming in from Mirage, and obviously Spiker, he played on Parabellum back in stage number 1. We saw a little bit from him back then, but he is still an extremely young, new player for the scene. He's got a lot of veterans in behind him, and I think this is something that we even heard from Mr. B, another young IGL in the league, where when you've got those veterans to back up your squad, you've got people who can be a little bit more independent, people who can make moves on their own. It kind of takes some pressure off you as an IGL. It can be a little bit easier sometimes, and so I think we've seen Spiker really take some advantage off of that. I think we've seen Spiker do pretty well as an IGL because he's got pieces of his team that can move a little bit more, that can be a little bit more independent, which has been really strong for him.
I'll say this. I just saw those sweatpants or pajama bottoms he was wearing. I ain't listening to that.
Okay, well, hopefully his team are. And Poison, hopefully his team's listening to him as well. We saw Poison back in stage number 1. These are his stats from that event. As an individual, it wasn't a great showing from Poison. He had a lot of kind of suspect deaths on the defense. He played a lot of that Echo, didn't get a great result out of it. Played a lot of Smoke, didn't get great results out of that either. But he's this traditional hard support IGL, similar to like a Mr. B, who's been in tier 2 for a while, been building their team, and I'm really interested to see kind of what this second iteration of Aerial Arise looks like, because he's the only player that's been brought back from Aerial Arise from stage 1 to stage 2. Clearly, as an organization level, they see some value in this guy. Clearly, they think that he's got a good vision that can lead their team through tier 2, make some waves in these qualifiers. I think sometimes for us on the desk, it's difficult to know maybe where these teams are at when they're coming from those open quals, but I think a team like Aerial Arise, they've got some history behind them, and Poison as well has shown that they're very capable in tier 2 so far.
I'll say this, and I'm glad you took over the Aerial Arise stuff, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't really pay attention to tier 2. I never have. Now being on the desk, I am gonna do my due diligence and pay attention a little more to those players than I had to as a pro player, but I am glad you took that. But I do know who half these players are, like I said, in terms of scrimming them. So again, seeing them up here, seeing that they have what it takes to push through that bracket, to now get to the LCQs, like I do believe we could possibly see an upset. It is Siege at the end of the day, regardless of what we have in our bracket, really who shows up, but gotta see it done.
When the T2 guys play, they played in Element 1 just a couple months ago. Now Element 2 is going to be coming up on the horizon after the Atlanta Major. That is confirmed. More details about that already came out today, which is fantastic. But when they go back into that system, the invites are based on who does really well in the qualifier period. So we already have reason to expect guys like Aerial Arise and Karn & Co, who is also in this qual, should have the ability to at least play in it. They'll probably go right to the Swiss stage, don't have to worry about quals, which is great. But you also want to use this chance, because you can scrim these guys, Lax. You can scrim pro teams all you want, but to do it in a live match rep sense, there's literally nothing like it.
Yeah, no, that's when it matters the most. And it's also good to get the reps, to feel what it's like to actually play against pro teams at the pro level in a serious situation, not so much in a scrim situation, because trust me, there's scrim players out there. You guys know who you are, even if I'm not playing. I know you, we know you. But yeah, no, it is good to have that experience. But overall, it also gives hope to the rest of the community, showing that, hey, these group of 5 can do it, why can't we do it? So I want to see more people signing up for open qualifiers or even side tournaments to really showcase what you got, because what it does overall, look at these Element 2, it gives you the opportunity to display yourself, to even get noticed. Maybe not your entire team, but to get you even noticed as a player, and that's the biggest thing you can do for yourself, is make yourself stand out, because more often than not, when pro teams have to make a change, they're going to look for the next up-and-comer, and if that's you, you already displayed yourself in Element 2.
It's going to be really important for both players who are watching the stream to get in, get some reps in, and of course for Aerial Rise as well, because they're going to be watching those open quals to see who they'll be playing against when they get into into Element 2. So it should be really exciting to see those quals coming through. I'm excited for Aerial Rise as well, just to kind of see how the roles shape up, right? This is a team that obviously did play through the open quals. A lot of those games were not broadcasted, so we don't know exactly kind of what their composition is going to be looking like. A lot of the players on this team do have more of a support style history. Obviously, Poison is kind of support IGL. We expect him to be sticking to that roles. But Inreal was doing a lot of hard breach back in Element 1 as well. We saw Woos being kind of a support flex, playing a lot of different operators. A bit of a fragging coming through from Bay, bit of frags coming through from Brios. I would expect those two to maybe kind of pick up more of the,
we are balling.
More of the entry type roles, but
I like this.
You never know. With a new team coming through, roles often do switch up. In Tier 2, you've got to be flexible as a player depending on what team you end up on. And hey, if Brios is ready to ball, then I'm excited to see what he's got.
Well, if they're balling, let's figure out what our court looks like. Let's see how this map veto phase shook out. Well, we're going back to Oregon, but everything else is new.
Weird map ban phase. I don't know if I love it for Mirage, to be honest. So the Chalet ban I want to start off with. This is an odd one because Mirage had a decent looking regular season on Chalet. They played against both Dark Zero and Sonics, lost both, but they weren't bad games by any stretch of the imagination. And it has been a bit of a rockier kind of record coming through for Aerial Rise in the open quals too. And then after banning that out, Mirage go ahead and pick Oregon.
Yeah.
A very default map, a map that every team's going to be able to play. I was expecting maybe a cafe, maybe a skyscraper. We saw the cafe eventually banned out by AA. Skyscraper will be the decider, but I think Aerial Rise are going to be very, very happy with these opening 2 maps. Default Oregon, default Clubhouse. I think Club's a really good pick. I was expecting Mirage to ban it instead of the Chalet through that first phase. Maybe that third map, Skyscraper, is going to be a bit of a tricky one for Aerial Rise, but if they can get these first 2 down lock, man, I think they're feeling really good about this.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, and you say that as well. It looks like Mirage is trying to play it safe, in my opinion, by having such basic maps, with having Oregon especially in there, and then you're allowing Clubhouse to make it through with a team that, again, there are certain maps in the league that are very default and structured in how you play it, and Club and Oregon are very much on the same board. There's not really a lot to them. You're just really doing your P's and Q's, well, your 1, 2s, and 3s and figuring out what you need to do. There's not really a whole lot to it. And that Skyscraper, that's where it's going to be questionable, but I do believe these first 2 maps heavily favor Aerial.
Yeah, I think they've got a really good shot going through, especially once we get to that Clubhouse too. Mirage 7-game losing streak in official competition on Clubhouse. Obviously, that's a lot of different rosters. The only time this specific 5-stack played it was a 7-2 loss against M80. Still, not good results. Not what you want to be seeing, right? So that one's going to be tough. That's why I like the pick so much from Aerial Rise. Oregon, I will say from Mirage, it was their best map back in Stage 1. Quite a few different players. They did lose it to SSG, but that was in an 8-7, and then they beat Parabellum 7-2 on that map. Sorry, Lax. So it really a strong one coming through from them, but that's all, again, old plays. We haven't really seen it since coming through, and part of that is opponents banning it against Mirage. But still, I mean, you're not particularly coming into a map that you have shown, at least to us, that you're extremely strong on.
And that's what it makes me question. Are they just not showing Aerial the respect that they deserve, especially being here, of just, you know, we can get by with these maps and not have to show anything else that we may have worked on in the little bit of time that we've had off since the stage completed? Or is it they're just really playing it safe and they want to squeak by as far as they can, then try to get into the next bit of the bracket?
I don't know how much these guys are thinking about this, but it came back to me. Mirage is being coached by Meepy. Meepy coached Aerial Rise back during Element 1.
That's true.
And Poison is still on that Aerial Rise team, so technically it's Poison against his old coach. I don't think Meepy necessarily cares about that, but I do wonder in the back of my head whether Poison clocks that. He's like, wait a second, I kind of know how Meepy operates.
Yeah.
Well, strats, realistically, they're just there on paper to give everyone an idea of what you're doing. The adaptations is what matters the most, and if you can't have that, strats are pretty irrelevant.
Yeah, and I think like looking at this, I mean, we're questioning Mirage's map ban philosophy a little bit. Obviously, we're kind of questioning what Meepy's doing here. I'm sure he's got a plan. I don't know if his grand plan is like, I know Poison is super duper good at Chalet, and that's why we want to first ban it. I feel like that's probably reaching a little bit. I think it's more likely maybe this just has been a bad week in scrims on Chalet or something. That's why they don't want to play it. But ultimately, you know, this is what Mirage feels comfortable on, and it's certainly not maps that I think Mirage are going to struggle with. No. They're basic maps, and Mirage can also know the basics. Then, you know, I'm willing to see what they've got on it for sure.
The cool part about this is Mirage probably pulled, I mean, I think it's probably a good thing for them to have pulled an opponent that did not come from the NAL prior to get a qual team is probably a good start to their bracket if this ends up becoming the decisive victory that I think a lot of people just immediately assumed it would be. They don't have any SI points yet. So even just by winning one game in this LCQ, they suddenly get on the board, they jump out of the tie for 81st place among all of the teams that don't have any SI points yet. They still have a chance of making it. Like, it's very, very slim, but they absolutely could still do it at this point. They just need to get themselves on the scoreboard finally.
And that's why I went into what I was saying. Like, are they showing respect, or are they being disrespectful and not giving Ariel the respect that they deserve? Because you got to be perfect here. So if this is your thought process of getting these wins and getting these 2 maps in as best as you possibly can, then sure, great. But on that back end, if you are just kind of being disrespectful and not showing Ariel that respect, and then they end up pushing you to those maps, it could easily flip on its head. And again, we know how Siege works. And really who shows up that day. But again, that's the beauty of a best of 3 is you might have a bad first game, but then you do have those last 2 games to really bounce back and showcase what you can put out.
And it also might just be like a calculated risk from Meepy coming through here, right? You're picking some default maps against Aerial Rise. Maybe you do have a worse chance of winning this series because of the maps that you've chosen to go to at the very start. However, if you're right and Aerial Rise roll over and Mirage get an easy path to the semifinals, they're in a perhaps better spot to take on Wildcard because they've hidden more of their maps, and that's probably going to be the real test here.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking into, is this just a safe pick so they don't have to showcase anything, whereas then getting into the Wildcard game, then they can maybe show something again that they have touched up on in the past week since the stage has been done, whatever they needed to tweak, so they can just surprise you here, because again, you have to be perfect. If you aren't, there's 7 teams going home.
True, but Lax, you can speak to this. If they're focusing on not showing anything to future opponents in the bracket, is there ever a time where you accidentally overlook the person you're supposed to be facing right now, like whoever your immediate opponent is? I mean, there's some inherent danger in that, but everyone on Mirage or Pros, do you think somebody's accidentally overlooking Aerial Rise thinking it'll be a pushover, or is everybody actually like real focused in the moment right now?
It can be a mix-up. Typically, you will take a vote. At least on Oxygen, we would take a vote of who wants these maps, what's more comfortable, you know, weigh out all the pros and cons, and then come to a conclusive decision of, okay, this is the map that we want to play, and here's why. So I would like to believe that any pro team is taking that into account, regardless of the caliber that's on the other team, is just to be like, okay, what are we most comfortable with letting through? What do we want to play? How do we want to approach it? And then just tackling whatever decision you make from there, because whatever decision you make, you got to stick with it. You can't go back and be like, oh, well, if we would have did this, look, this could have been the result, and play this hindsight. Doesn't really work that way, and you got to be perfect. So, again, I can only assume that Mirage maybe had that back and forth, and maybe they didn't. They just are looking at Ariel as this should be an easy 2-0. Let's just focus on Wildcard and get this over with.
I also don't hate just looking at their history, right, for Mirage, sticking to the comfort maps a little bit, because the last game that they had in the NAL, if you remember back, that was against Space Station Gaming. It was do or die. They had to win that so that they could make it into the playoffs, and they got stomped. They went to Consulate. It was a risky pick. They had banned Consulate consistently throughout the stage. They shook it up. They threw a curveball, and it backfired tremendously. This might be them learning from their mistakes, saying, all right, last time we tried to switch up the maps, it didn't go so well. Let's go basics. Let's go Oregon. Let's go Clubhouse.
All right, Oregon and Club are absolutely coming up in this series. And then if we need it, Skyscraper's on deck all the way back there at the very, very end. But it's going to be up to Mirage or Aerial Rise to make sure that we don't get there. And so we head down to courtside. It's Jays, Wills, and Flynn.
Thank you, Jacob. Courtside on Oregon, where T2 and T1 collide. A beautiful collision between Mirage, a team of, well, a pro caliber team that did not have the finish they wanted to in the first or the second stage of the NAL, and a team of a ragtag group of gunners in the T2 scene who have come together to make a statement in the last chance qualifier. We go to Oregon to figure it out again, here with Flynn to take us through it. What do you think about this one overall? I mean, this Aerial Arise roster is one that maybe as a name we're familiar with, but as this composition might be a little strange to us.
Yeah, I think we've seen a number of rosters under the Aerial Arise banner over the years in T2, and I think for this matchup and this series specifically, I'm with Jesse and Lax on this. I don't know what to make of the map bans. I think I hesitate to ever bring this up, but I did used to play for Mirage once. It's not a good era of Siege, and no one should ever watch those games ever again. They should be burnt. But if I were on Mirage right now, or if I were in the position of Aerial Arise playing against a team like Mirage, I'd be very happy with an Oregon club. I really, like, if you're the lower tier team, if you're the team that just does not have the T1 experience, playing on cookie cutter maps like Oregon and Club feels very safe. That feels very good. That feels like an opportunity to kind of just turn it into a gunfight. And again, I don't know what to make of it. I don't know if it's more Jesse's point where it's, you know, just a bad week of scrims on Chalet, or if it's more Lax's point where maybe they're overlooking Aerial and not trying to compromise video of other maps they might want to bring out against Wildcard should they advance in this series. It's thrown me for a loop here. I thought we were going to go a very different direction in the map ban phase.
Yeah, it's a fair critique and a fair question, because as we've already mentioned, this is a single elimination, cutthroat last chance qualifier bracket. You do not get a second chance. This is not best of ones where you get a chance to mess around and recover in the back half. Maybe there's best of threes on the other side. This is it. So if you mess around and lose a map, that can quickly turn into 2 maps. That is a series, and that is your season dashed. Your hopes destroyed at going to the Atlanta Major. Of course, Mirage are going to be favored here. They were in the NAL. Not only are Aerial Arise a T2 team, this is essentially a pug stack of players that have not played together very much, that have formed specifically for the purpose of last chance qualifier destruction. The odds are in Mirage's favor, but Aerial Arise, they're going to come out on Oregon to shake things up, and they'll get a chance to do that on the defense. That is where they will begin. A mirror image to what we saw in our first series of the afternoon. We head down to basement, where this map will begin.
5 seconds
I
left.
think the saving grace here is we'd get 4 operator bans as is standard, as is typical. We got the Montaigne, the Kai, the Ying, and the Azami taken off the board away from play. I think the safety net here for Mirage is that skyscraper. A little more complicated of a map, a little deeper rotation in terms of bomb sites, and also a map they were able to win in regulation 7-5 against Oxygen on, which was viewed as a bit of an upset earlier on in group stage of NAL this stage. So I think for Mirage, they do have a bit of a safety net at the end there with skyscraper. It's just these first 2 maps could get a little hairy very quickly. Bay is going to start things off, launching again a pre-placed Nitro we saw in the first series between Wildcard and Beastcoast, but it seems like Mirage have read that one out well. Pre-fires from Slothy, not quite sure if he connected onto the Nitro cell there, as the C4 itself wasn't pinged by a drone. But nonetheless, still a little hesitant. We'll re-drone to double check, and Mirage focusing a lot of their attention towards the front of lobby. This might end up just being a laundry and freezer take, completely disregarding the back tower stairs.
Well, as every Oregon attack typically begins on the basement site, they open both options. They do indicate that, oh, they could approach from freezer, they could approach from laundry, but they also make the steps towards that E-box hatch and those pillar stairs and the bunker approach from that construction spawn, giving themselves a lot of options so that if it comes down to it, and a push from one side is denied, they can rotate around and come from the back. It's what a lot of teams have become more and more comfortable doing on this map over the years, and it's a mark of a truly gifted team if you can pivot last second and find some success while doing it. There it is. Kansan will work his way around towards bunker, send a drone in and get a bit of information to see if in fact they want to approach from this side, what lies in wait for them through the door. The answer to that is going to be poison and 3 toxic smokes that he is likely to start to use soon if he feels this push coming.
The rotation from Inrio into elbow now to maintain that shield position, so the smokes won't be used to quell the aggression in through blue. Poison will get the first pick that one to vertical. Slothy will trade him out and get traded out in return. So it's a 2v4 to work out of here for the Mirage attack. A nice shot there from Kansan. A over-aggressive swing there for Brios as well. 2v4 evaporates to a 2v2 very quickly. Now Poison, point blank range with a shotgun. Super powerful on the box door, and he will swing out and claim the life of both Spiker and Kansan. There goes Poison, making his mark on the round, and a little bit more of an off-meta position for the smoke.
Well, if you're familiar with the T2 scene at all, if you watched any Element 1 earlier this year, I've been following it at all, you got Poison, you can call him Mr. P, because he is going to deliver kills like that. He is going to deliver clutches like that on a regular basis. And we often see Poison go to war with some of the best in the business and come away with a victory. And that's what he was able to do there. A good effort there from Mirage to turn that 2v4 into that 2v2 situation. And part of that can be credited to maybe Aerial Arise swinging just a bit too aggressively. You called out Brios for that one, Flynn, and I'll have to agree. We saw a couple of moments where Aerial Arise could have afforded to just sit back, relax just a bit. You've got the advantage of a substantial one. Why don't you let Mirage come to you? Obviously, it ended up working out just fine. Aerial Arise took the win, thanks to a nice double kill to close it out by the man himself. But it maybe came closer than it should have. Good start for Aerial Arise, though. One round in on Oregon. Great place to be.
Attackers locate and defuse a bomb.
So, Aerial Arise going to swap things up a little bit. Being forced to move away from the basement after being successful downstairs, they will not bring out anything too insane, and they will head towards top floor. Every now and again, you'll see a team run the kitchen and meeting site as the secondary bomb site, just trying to change the pace and change the flow of the game, but Oregon seems like it's going to be a very standard Oregon these days. And Amaru into T3, though, from Rampy, anything but standard, and wants to get the pace going, making sure they have some control for an attic push potential. I think for Mirage here, again, establishing a lot of control throughout the map, making sure they have some presence in Armory now with Kansan and T3 with Rampy. It's a good position to be in to start things off, and not a lot of, I guess, aggression here for Aerial Rise, trying to stop the entry from Mirage into Master. Push here not being stopped or slowed down by a shield, no opening into the attic wall either, so Mirage here, free entry to be able to jump in and get some work done early.
So far, so good. This can opener will not be able to get this attic wall open thanks to the mute jammer on the other side. That will mean attic control is firmly in the grasp of Aerial Arise for a bit longer, and Rampy, despite making quick and early progress with that Gara hook up into T3, is now going to be stalled out. He'll have to rely on his teammates to now work their way in from the other side, maybe deal with that mute jammer from below. But speaking of, that push may be hampered by Poison here, who's got a nitro cell and he's not afraid to use it.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is just that Poison's completely... I think he just got droned on that position, but Mirage not taking action against it. Slothy will head down below. Fans trying to launch a nade over the attic wall, but Woos will avoid it deftly. Now Brios retakes into tower as Rampy has evacuated the position, and Brios lancing bullets through the armory window. Able to tag up Kansan momentarily, but Rampy has repositioned himself onto the kid's rappel, and he'll tag and drop in Rio for the opener. Bay, though, with a quick response onto Slothy. So it's the Solace for the Ash. Now Woos contending with more breaching potential in towards the attic wall. This is a very perilous situation to be in for Mirage as they collapse into the bomb site. Still so many reinforced positions here for Aerial Rise defenders to cut them down on their entry. Kansan preoccupied with a member downstairs inside a classroom as that nitro cell had detonated inside of the closet. Bay and Brios both going for the flank. Poison would get one, Woos with another. A 2v3 as Kansan is well wary of the flank coming. Decapitates Brios, another one turning to the corner. He will not be successful on two, and it's just Rampy alone now in the 1v2 with no diffuser control. The time ticks against him, pushing into kids towards the attic. Rotate will spot and decapitate Woos. We swap to the player cam anticipating the end, but it's still the 1v1. Bay trying to hold the diffuser, and the swing will be successful. Inside a trophy, Aerial Rise, and there's the celebration we were waiting to see from Woos.
Yeah, there's the yell. He knew he had it coming, and I think somebody had a feeling that Woos was going to be happy about that.
Production see in the future.
A valiant effort, though, from
Well, that was a bit of an awkward moment, but it looks like we're having technical issues all around. We're having a tech pause inside of the server. We had a technical issue inside of our casting situation as well, but we seem to be back. We seem to be up and running. We're just waiting for this lobby to get back underway. So a 2-0 lead very early on here for Aerial Rise. Like I said in the Beastcoast Wildcard game on Oregon, though, it's Oregon defense. Shouldn't really be too shocking that a basement and a kids defense were successful to start things off. I think the unfortunate matter here for Mirage is that the first round looked like there was a little more fight back, but even again, their initial idea of the conversion to a site execute was inherently flawed. They found themselves in a 2v4 in the first round. They were able to fight their way back to a 2v2 before falling. In that round there, just breaching with only the Hibana and the can openers. Very difficult position to be in, as there's very small openings afforded to the attackers, and you can see the defenders utilizing those breach holes made by Mirage to their advantage. So very tough situation to be in for Mirage on the attack, trying to enter into the bomb site with so many crossfires opened up. I believe we do have Jonah back as well. So Jonah, 2 rounds in, Aerial Rise in control, but again, it's Oregon.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there, but I'm glad that at least we are back. And hopefully our game will return in just a few. But, I mean, you kind of covered it all. I mean, it's the case of a map where we expect the defense to be strong. And so as we work our way into the midpoint of the map, and as you begin to transition into the second half, we aren't able to make a really full judgment of, is it Aerial Rise dominating? Is it one team dominating? Or is it just the fact that defense is going to be strong right now? And that's something that as we get into the third round, the fourth round, as we get into these next few rounds here, we'll be able to get a better understanding of.
Well, I think like Jesse touched on the desk as well heading into this, is that this is probably on paper anyway, the closest matchup in the LCQ first round. You've got a team of Mirage who I believe finished 7th or 8th. There was a whole lot of LG Beastcoast tiebreak shenanigans going on at the end, but I'm pretty sure Mirage finished 7th. They were still with the possibility to finish in the playoffs on the last day, but they did get beat by Space Station. So team that finished at the bottom end outside the playoff positions in the NAL against a team that was very successful early on in the LCQ. And I think a team that shows a lot of potential and a lot of promise on paper. We got to play with the rest of the series to kind of understand the depth of that and what the implications are of that. But I think for Mirage here, it's a team that just has not performed as well as they would want to. I think it was a more competitive stage in stage 2 this time around than in stage 1. I think the addition of Vert has been really, really needed for this roster to be able to maintain competitiveness with the rest of the league. And he's shown out in certain instances, but he hasn't been as consistent as you'd like. There are games where he has been phenomenal, and there's games where he's been a little more quiet than you need him to be. And I think for Vert, just a guy who's been in this game for so long, having him have to come back in and be a game breaker for you is just it's a tough one. I think for Vert, he's better being the co-star as opposed to the main attraction. And I think for Mirage here in this game, you're going to need to see some more individual performances step up. Can't really just be Kansan and Vert alone against the world. You're going to need the rest of the roster to kind of jump in and join them in the fray, because this team from Aerial Rise, while they may be new and they may be a little more unknown to the general populace, they are still a team that can fight back. They are still a team that can shoot back quite well as well. I think for Mirage here to be able to contend on these cookie cutter maps that we found ourselves in, this is really going to come down to a battle of gun skill and a battle of who can play as a team better.
Well, that, of course, we will lock in once we get our players back in the lobby. I believe we did have a player crash, and so when they return, we will be able to finally nail down if it is truly that the map, is it the gun skill, what is it that these teams will be able to use to push their way into the following round. I mean, Oregon's just one of those maps where you can get a little bit of everything. And, you know, Clubhouse coming up next is probably one of the more structured, typical maps in the game. There's not a lot of variability in what you can see. But if we end up going to that third map, if we end up going to Skyscraper, I mean, like you said earlier, Flynn, all bets are probably off. I mean, we did see Mirage play this map and win it, one of the 3 maps that they were able to win against Oxygen in that group stage, 7 of 5 there. The other 2 being Cafe, well, and Cafe. They ended up winning Cafe twice. So Thankfully, we are able to get back into Oregon, and we'll get to talk a bit more about Clubhouse and potentially Skyscraper a bit down the line if it is in the cards. But for now, we return to round number 3, where Aerial Arise have successfully defended basement. They've successfully defended dorms. So now we go to kitchen and meeting for their third site of choice.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. I think it's been about 6 months since we've seen someone run a kitchen and dining defense on Oregon. Just completely has fallen by the wayside. It used to be about a 50-50 between this site and kitchen dining, but seems like meeting has prevailed as the more favorable bomb site. If you are in the situation where you do end up winning back-to-back defensive rounds of downstairs and upstairs. I think for Mirage here, swapping out some operators a little bit. We do have the Brava coming in to be able to hack a few pieces of utility, and with so much intel gathering devices on the side of Aerial Rise here with the Valkyrie and the Echo, it's a good opportunity to acquire some intel of your own. And I think pushing in towards the bomb site direct from the tower side has always been the more successful attacking avenue, but again, Mirage seem to have their sights set on a meeting entry through front door right now, and just narrowly missing the first engagement with Slothy. I believe a reinforcement was still going up there at the end for Aerial Rise, so some setup taking a little too long for the T2 team, but they survive nonetheless, and this is, again, an attack here from Mirage that seems very lobby-centric.
Right now, putting all their eggs in that lobby basket. They've got an avenue into the site already that they could always take advantage of when they see fit. For now, they're doing the safer thing, and they are going to apply some pressure from both sides. You see the clutch drone there sneaking its way on in. Kansan says hello to Inrio and now drops in through the window only to get beamed through the smoke. How unlucky is that? Good shot there from Inrio, but a nice bit of luck on his side gets him the opener in round number 3. A quick flurry of kills, though, returns this one closer to even, as Mirage will chip away at Aerial Arise, but Aerial Arise will do the same. It's a 3v4 with Mirage needing to get something going here. Now down a man, Slothy missing his opportunity to take out one, and now with the vertical on his back, this one is not looking good for Mirage whatsoever.
No, Slothy had Diffuser trying to walk in through Split. He's now gone topside to try and aggress onto the last remaining member on here. And it would be Spiker actually to join him. And as Bay was, I imagine, piloting the Yokai drones. His foot will be spotted underneath the bunk. He's bringing it back to a 2v3 and spotting the smoke of Poison rotating through T1. So again, Aerial Arise in a 4v2, overextending slightly, giving Mirage an opportunity. More breaching charges go out as the soft floor gets ripped apart. But here for Aerial Rise, the spread coming out from these defenders, every avenue in towards the bomb site is seemingly on lockdown. Mirage not having many options other than dropping in through the meeting hatch from Attic. And that's exactly what they'll be forced to do here with 20 seconds ticking away. Slothy will drop in, using the frag grenade as sound cover there as well. So nicely done. Slothy getting the plant down in behind the sandbags. The cover good here from Spiker. He'll drop in Rio and level the man count as the plant gets completed. So it's 2 guns against 2 guns. But the DMR from Brios again dealing heavy damage. And there it is, a clean sweep. Mirage losing all 3 attacking rounds. And Aerial Arise, a clean sweep of defensive objectives.
Yeah, a little 1, 2, 3. Any site they want, they secured it. And that is a troubling start for Mirage. Yes, it's Oregon. Yes, it's hard to attack. This is Mirage against Aerial Arise. This is a pro team versus a T2 team. Really a combination of T2 teams put together for the last chance qualifier. No wonder they're taking their tactical timeout now. It seems like it is much needed. Aerial Arise, they're clearly feeling good. They're clearly feeling comfortable. They just cannot afford to get complacent. But if they keep their foot on the gas, I mean, so far so good. Keep it up.
Yeah, like we talked about heading in, like the Desk talked about, Oregon and Clubhouse. Oregon specifically seems like a very odd map to take a T2 team to. But on the flip side of it, like, you still got to know how to attack the map. And I think the real hurdle for Mirage here is converting a bomb site execute. You know, their setup to getting towards the objective hasn't actually been bad on all 3 attacks. I think going lobby-centric for the meeting push was not the most ideal position. But the other two attacks, you know, you get set up with all three hatches open, attacking the basement, and then everyone just kind of funnels down a hatch. Attacking top floor, you're opening up these tiny little breach holes that the defenders can use more than you can, and you just get cut to shreds trying to walk into the bomb site. And again, here, you're able to get in for a plant, but you lose two people just walking in through split. It's just another one of those situations for Mirage where their attacks do not seem like they have any depth to them, and Mirage's only thought on the attack thus far has been push site, get kill, get plant. And I'm sorry, like, they may be a T2 team, but on Oregon at the very least, you're gonna have to do a little better than that.
I will say, I did think that Spiker had a chance in that situation. Picking up the first kill, it looked like he may have had a chance at another one. There was a glimmer of hope for Mirage in that round, to be sure. I mean, it's not like they are getting absolutely bodied. The scoreline may indicate that, but if you're paying attention round by round, I mean, it's not that one-sided. But Mirage now have to just find a way to keep it close, just flip the result, find a way to go toe-to-toe with this Aerial Arise defense and just push it over the line, just enough to take that victory. We'll see what they want to do now. Aerial Arise can, of course, go back down to that basement site that they were successful on in that very first round. So Mirage, we all know they're gonna have their work cut out for them. They're gonna have to go through a lot of steps here. They're gonna have to be quite cautious. You see Aerial Arise playing a slight roam. I think we just had one player up above for just a moment before everyone has since dropped down below. You will have some pressure on those freezer stairs, probably a shotgun from Poison around the other side. But right now, we see no one else from Aerial Arise actively challenging that first floor, and that's given Mirage all the control that they need.
Once again, a lot of first floor control here for Mirage in the attack, opening up all the hatches so they have all the options in the world. It's just going to, again, come down to that conversion onto the bomb site, the avenues they take, and the teamwork they're able to demonstrate while doing so, as opposed to everyone just waterfalling down the stage hatch and jumping into the meat grinder that is E-Box. I think for Mirage here, they have identified that they need to change some things up. Rampy's heading towards the tower stairs at the very least. They're going to have some control there for Mirage. If he's able to establish that position, dealing with some impact grenades coming out, I believe, from Brios. The only one who has them at the availability. But explosions nonetheless. Yeah, it was Brios from Pillar, the double stack here from Bay, and Brios holding down the tower stairs. Next, Kairos will get shot off as Spiker tries to open up an angle in towards Harry Potter. Hansen rotating with Rampy towards the back of tower stairs, but again, this cycling act here for Mirage, they're eating up a lot of utility and not getting a whole lot done for it. Less than a minute ticking away here against Mirage, and again, this is going to be an explosive 5v5.
Aerial Arise know what's coming, though. Like you said, doing such a good job of countering this utility game for Mirage, just going blow for blow. They haven't had to expose themselves to any vulnerable gunfights. Finally, Bay will do it, but Bay will win it. Now putting Aerial Arise into the advantage. Rampy has some information to work with, sure. They know where Bay is, but they have to now take time to deal with it. They'll drop down into E-Box. Bay gets 2. It's 3. It's 4 on the round for Bay. Spiker is now the last player standing, and Brios will shut him down too. It's Aerial Arise, 4 in a row.
Man, I thought we were changing things up here for Mirage, and unfortunately, we have two people who drop E-Box hatch on the attack after surrendering the opening pick, trying to throw a nade into a magnet that was still up and not burned. And I don't even know if their feet hit the floor before they were dead on that drop down the hatch. So some puzzling decisions being made here from Mirage on the attack, and I think for right now this is about salvaging. You're going to try and hopefully have a better attack towards the top floor. That'll force them to run it back twice. If you can get 2 attacks onto the top floor, or maybe if you are successful in this attacking round, you can force Aerial Arise to take the tertiary bomb site of Meeting and Kitchen. You have a chance to salvage a 4-2 here, but Aerial Arise in swift control, and again on a map that is very standard. It's very cut and dry. There's not a whole lot of innovation to be done. It just seems like Mirage have no intention of taking another step in terms of their attacking philosophy. It's very one-dimensional right now, and Aerial Arise are seeing right through it.
Dorms is the perfect bomb site, though, to take that one-dimensional attack and add another dimension to it. Add that third dimension. Go crazy, add the fourth dimension. On this site up top, you can approach from one place. And if you do, great. But if you want to mix it up and approach from the other side, maybe approach from a third angle, you are going to have so much more success on this attack. You can approach from Master. You're almost always going to see teams open that closet wall. But at the same time, you can approach from Attic. You can open up the back on that north side and work your way through. Better yet, add a third spot. Open up that dorms window and pressure from the west. A little bit of both, a little bit of all three, or maybe two of those positions highlighted there can get you enough to change it up, to change the rhythm, and to not find yourself walking into a death trap. You can say all you want. It is easier said than done, of course, but Rampy, exposed to a pixel and small tower, will go down first.
Another opening pick for Aerial Arise, and it's just Inrio on the Solus alone in small tower who gets the first one. Rio's taking aim towards Trophy. Poison grabs another one. Everyone from Mirage just hitting the bomb site and hitting the grave. Wow. It's a flawless round for Aerial Arise as Mirage lose Rampy outside a big window, say screw it, everyone walk to the same door, and they all wind up 6 feet under.
Flynn, I take it they didn't hear my rant.
I don't think they're hearing us at all, brother.
That's a shame. That really is. It's like, all right, let's talk about all the different ways you can approach it all at the same time. And instead, let's go one of those directions. Let's not do our due diligence and let's just walk on in. Hey, sometimes it works. It worked for Beastcoast earlier in a couple of moments. But it's not a sustainable strategy. And it's obviously not one that Mirage is going to be able to rely on whatsoever. I mean, a great opener from Inrio. He had a little angle that Rampy just wasn't expecting. Talk about not doing your due diligence. A drone in small tower would have been nice, and that would have been a great bit of information for Mirage before they made their approach. And that little mistake compounded, as you said, Flynn, after they lost that body, they just decided to send it all in one way. And we saw how that went. It's 5-0 Aerial Arise right now. Oregon defense is different, sure.
5 seconds to go.
But Mirage just do not have it right now. It is Aerial Arise all the way.
Attacker's objective is to locate
and
a bomb.
again, I hate to bag on Mirage because it's like this is a team that has shown flashes of actually being competent and being able to compete with the top tier NAL teams we've seen at this stage. This is just not a good demonstration of how to attack Mirage on the face of it, unfortunately. This could entirely flip the
bags on Mirage. Hey, I'm here for it.
if we flip the script, if we go to defense here for Mirage and they're able to pull this around, whether it's a 5-1 or a 6-0 at the half, because those are the only two options available to Mirage now. If they are able to pull this back on defense, then we can chalk it up to it. No one's having a good day attacking and move on, but right now Mirage backs against the wall in a tournament that we said everyone required perfection. Inrio will escape with his life there as again another member for Aerial Arise. Caught off in a rotation, but not capitalized upon by Mirage. These attackers unable to secure those opening picks. I think for Mirage here again, focusing on the lobby push, they're going to need to combine it with some top pressure at the same time, as opposed to doing that later after you've lost a couple members. So for Mirage here, the entry in the west side of Showers and Dining is nice, but again, you're going to need to clear out these defenders playing topside with all this control.
Yeah, they really need one round, don't they? Just one, maybe, and that can get them back on their feet. But Aerial Arise sit one round away from a complete defensive shutout of this Mirage attack. 90 seconds already wasted. 90 seconds remain here. Aerial Arise doing a nice job of staying patient and really not giving Mirage any opportunities here. For all the pressure that Aerial Arise have applied in the early round in the past, this is a nice change. A good change of pace here that Mirage clearly aren't quite ready for. And time is just ticking away. Slothy trying to force the issue here, but it's got to be careful because that's basically a crossfire. Kansan, maybe he can do it. Desperately trying to take this top floor control away from the defense, but that's easier said than done. Brios is not going to go down easy. He's not going to go down without a fight. He takes care of one and nearly takes care of Kansan as well, but Mirage are here and they are fighting back. Rampy gets another. Slothy and Kansan very low HP, but alive. And that's most important. Aerial Arise Only 3 bodies, Mirage 4 to do the rest of the job.
Rio's taking a handful of damage as well, down to about 25 as the hammer will open up. Kanza will not spot the member of Aerial Rise playing inside of CCTV. Poison on the flank as the smoke as well. The rotation in the classroom does not go as well for Inrio, but here comes the top flank from Poison. He gets one. Looking down the hatch, he's going to force the pull off the plant, but the AK-12 rings out Supreme. Mirage will get 1 round on attack, narrowly, as it was a beautiful shot there from the ace to stop the flanking smoke in his tracks. But nonetheless, it's a fight. Sorry?
That was that Poison up top?
Poison
on the smoke?
Flanking smoke, yeah.
God, if he had waited 3 seconds, they win the round. Like, oh my God, that was so close, Flint. He did not need to peek when he did. Obviously didn't know when the diffuser, like how long was left on the diffuser. But had he just waited a hair, that round could have gone the other way.
Well, it's something for Mirage. Take what you can get at this point. It's a 5-1 half. It's a better scoreline than a 6-0. That's about what you take away from that first half. You throw it behind you, and like I said, Oregon defense is different. It is a more powerful side. It's one of the most defensive-sided maps in the pool. I think if nobody's able to win an attack on this map, then we can just kind of chalk it up as that's how this map's going to go. No team wants to attack any better, so this is what we get. There's still a lot of possibility here for Mirage, and again, getting that round by the skin of their teeth just ensures that they aren't backs against the wall for every single round. They don't have to be flawless for 6 rounds in a row to send it to overtime. They do have even the opportunity to win this in regulation, but at the very least, they have 1 round where they can make an error and not come away victorious. On the flip side, though, all it takes is 2 mistakes, and Aerial have won the first map. Your map pick, nonetheless, and then we go to Clubhouse, which is Aerial Rise's pick. This is already on a knife's edge for Mirage, and the comeback, if it is going to happen, needs to start now.
Sensor on. Searching for
And they do not have the cushion to play with, like Aerial Rise do. As you said, this is a big margin. A long road for Mirage here. One that they will have to start chipping away at here on this basement defense. Very realistic that they can do it. Obviously, this basement site has been very, very difficult for attacking teams to take today. And a lot of information for Mirage to work with will tell them where they should keep their eye on and how exactly they should be pivoting their defense down below, where they should be using the 2 C4s that Sloppy and Rampy have in pocket, where the 4 impacts should be focused on as well. So much going Mirage's way here, and they haven't even stepped foot on the 1st or 2nd floor. They're doing it all from the safety of the objective. And look at it. It is ripe information that Aerial Rise just have no idea is there.
Yeah, no, the amount of intel being gathered here, not only with the Valkyrie cameras, but the Solus as well. This is a good spot to be in for Mirage's defense. They know where the attack is coming. Finally, the Valkyrie camera outside of Whitehall will get spotted. There's still 2 more up gathering intel inside of Meeting and Split, though. So for Aerial Rise here, their attack is telegraphed. Mirage should be reading this quite well. Here comes a drop into the E-Box hatch, but nobody dies this time on the drop. This time the push outside of E-Box, though, is not as successful. And everyone for Aerial Rise will start falling to pieces. It's Brios alone in a 1v5. And the Flawless is just not there. Brios escapes on 1 HP, but Vert will get onto the board for the first time in this series, in this round. And there it is, Mirage, able to replicate a lot of the success we saw from Aerial Rise, denying a double E-Box drop. And it's a first defensive round victory here for Mirage to try and propel them in the direction of bringing this one back.
And so it begins. Mirage do it with a flawless round. Talk about trying to take the momentum back. Just demolishing Aerial Rise on that one. Like you said, the E-Box drop came in, and they just got picked off one by one by one until there was nobody left. So much information certainly helped. But at the end of the day, great shots. And Aerial Rise just had no way to respond. Walking in blind to an objective, arguably prematurely. I mean, you see right here, 1:05 on the clock. trying to get a lot done. Maybe they thought they saw an opening that simply wasn't there. Maybe Mirage kind of teased them a little bit, showed that maybe there was an opening when in fact there wasn't. Something that you can't normally do without a ton of information, but guess what? Mirage had a ton of information. We saw the pings and the Valk cams giving them so much throughout the entire round, and that is why they're allowed to play these little tricks on you. And Aerial Rise walked right into the trap.
No, it's just like what we're seeing from Mirage on their attacks towards the basement, where it was just disconnected. You know, whether there was a person on tower stairs or not, the timing wasn't there, and they weren't pushing in tandem to be able to initiate a trade. They were all funneling in one by one and dying one by one. And that's very indicative of what you see of a T2 attack on Oregon. A T1 attack shouldn't really be in that same position, but nonetheless, attack is behind us for Mirage. They're now on the defense, and if Aerial Rise just bring out more attacks very similar to what we saw from Mirage, like I said, this could just end up being in Oregon where nobody wins on attack. We go to overtime, whoever's on defense in overtime decides it, or if someone wants to be a superstar and win the round on an individual play, they can. Rampy is going to try and be that individual up in T3 on the Fenrir, so he's already deployed his utility. I think he still has 2 activations in his pocket, though, so should he die here, only one of his Fenrir traps. He's actually not even deployed all of them yet. There goes the last one. But he still does have 2 activations here, and he's being collapsed upon, and there goes the Gara hook. Inrio will be dropped to about 20 HP, but the headshot from the G8 successful. Remove Rampy from T3. A very good start here for Aerial's attack.
Well, that's why the Amaru is brought out on this specific site and on Oregon every once in a while, because it allows you quick, easy access to tower and allows you to spring up just like that when the defense isn't expecting it. Now, Inrio has a sliver of HP remaining, nearly cost him his life on that maneuver, but they get the kill, they force Rampy out, and they're not going to have to deal with Fenrir's Dread Mines for the remainder of this round. So that is a good place to be, or at least a good place to start. There's still a lot of work left to do. Brios trying to push up, had a nade out for a moment and gets absolutely torn apart. Also at 1 HP now with Inrio. From behind, a little flank from Sloth. He gets the job done while Spiker shuts down the pressure from the other side. And what was looking promising from Aerial Rise is now looking very scary. Low HP, 30 seconds, disjointed. Bane needs to get this kill, and if that's not going to happen, then I don't know what they're supposed to do. Inrio's hit the ground. Brios is in the middle of the site, can't find a kill, gets mowed down by Kansan. Yeah, that one is not too shocking. On such low HP, without the support from anyone around you, how much are you really going to be able to get done? Mirage, that's 2 in a row. The comeback continues.
It does, and I think for Aerial Rise here, just, again, very disjointed attacks. It really did come down to some 1v1s. The trade inside of Attic doing some good work, but honestly, the flank there from the Solus coming up the armory stairs, just a difference maker, because once that mirror was opened up, the attack had no real progression through Attic. Still remember the defensive Mirage inside of Kids. They got stalled out, and then you're just banking on a 1v1 coming up white stairs here from Bay, and it's the super shorty, unfortunately. He can't win that out with an FMG9, so again, just one of those attacking rounds for Oregon where things are just very individualistic. There's a group of 2 working together inside of Attic. Everyone else is trying to win a 1, and unfortunately, it does not go Aerial Rise's way. So, seeing some very curious attacking philosophies coming out from both of these teams on Oregon, I must say. But here we are with Mirage, 2 on the bounce, looking to make it a clean rotation, just as Aerial Rise did on their first half of the defense. So, like I said, the light at the end of the tunnel seemed very far away from Mirage at a 5-1 scoreline at the half, and yet here we are. They're 2 rounds away from tying this thing up, and if they're successful here. They look on a clean road all the way to winning this regulation, or at least matching the 5-1 that Aerial put up.
Well, we talk about Oregon as a defender-sided map, and we are seeing that now. But with defender-sided maps, at least this heavily, it really becomes who can attack better. Attacking will win this game, and apparently in, well, Bay's case, running out of the window, or not dying to the player running out of the window will win the game. Somehow ends up going down to Sloppy, an absolute mess of an engagement. But eventually, and immediately, it will get traded out. Now, Slothy coming from tower, that tells Aerial Arise that it is probably clear and they can push into this position. But honestly, a great kill for Slothy. Sure, you've lost your Solus, a valuable resource, but the Osa shields are no longer going to be a factor. The stage take that Aerial Arise were probably cooking up is now going to be much more difficult to get done without some substantial top floor control.
Well, I mean, honestly, like that may look a little weird there from Sloppy flying out of T2 for the engagement. I mean, the Solus is very powerful, but getting at the Osa seems to be a big integral part of the planting operation here. Nice shot from Brios onto the Nitro cell, though. It comes soaring up the meeting hatch into Attic. But that Osa seemed to be integral to the planting operation for Aerial Arise, and they seem to be scrambling now to find a new location. And Poison and Inrio have rotated over to Dining, try and open up the wall here, but they haven't cleared out topside. I don't think this was the initial plan here. This Attic push hasn't been able to progress very far. Spike with SNG-11 will win against both Brios and Woos. So now it's all falling apart for Aerial Arise in plan B here.
What? Vertical somehow spots Inrio before he even rounds the corner. Rampy from above collects the last kill, no problem, onto Poison. And I mean, that's all she wrote for that attack. Done and dusted in seconds, it felt like. And who knew that the Osa was literally everything to Aerial Arise, because that attack crumbled the moment she was gone. And I don't know if Slothy knew it was the Osa outside or just got lucky, but hey, if you're Mirage, you are more than happy to take that. I mean, he knew people were amassing outside, as they always do, but to collect the Osa, the one player that you are relying on to guarantee, essentially, a safe plant on stage, to have her killed early, such a benefit for Mirage. And just kill, 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 kill. After that, it was just too easy for them, because Aerial Arise threw their initial plan out the window, tried to do 800 things at once, and it really was just never coordinated enough to get the job done.
Certainly what it seems like, because you can see that air jab was inside of Attic on the mattress, which means the initial intent here from Aerial Arise was never to extend beyond the Attic hatch. They wanted it for control, but they never wanted to actually clear top using that. They just wanted to stop a rotation late, many of the defense. Same thing with the Osa and the stack towards T3 and T2 for the initial entry. Like, they're just going for a tower take, trying to breach open the meeting wall with the Osa shields and get the plant down. Very standard, but once you lose the Osa, the adaptation there for Aerial Arise just kind of fell apart, trying to rotate to a Dining attack, but not having cleared out top floor, and just missing a lot of gunfights as well. So for Aerial Arise, having similar difficulties on the attack that Mirage had. So like I said, we can kind of just chalk up the first half to being, this is now a very defender-sided Oregon. This is two teams that don't seem to have the attacks down on this map. So now it's going to be a battle of who can win the most defenses, or who can be that team to come away with more than one attack, as Aerial was able to win all but one round on the defense. Mirage, they can do just one round better than that. They can win it 7-5 in regulation on a clean defensive sweep. We go to overtime, though, then either whoever gets defense to start overtime is going to win based on how things have gone, or someone needs to be a hero and go the extra mile to get that attack around.
One of these days, maybe, we'll see Aerial Arise take it, but, I mean, after 3 in a row for Mirage, the clean site rotation, you gotta wonder, when is that going to be? Mirage, once again, not overexposing themselves. They do not want to make it any easier on Aerial Arise than they have to. Everyone is back down below, safe, and waiting for Aerial Arise to make a move. About the same position we found ourselves last time we were here, with Aerial Arise getting these hatches open. The big difference from your typical basement attack, and the reason we saw Aerial Arise get into so much trouble last time around, was that at around now, around that 60-second mark, Aerial Arise decided to drop in prematurely. This time, they're not going to make the same mistake. Doing their due diligence here, nearly getting that kill onto Spiker with the nade, but Brios was going to try to do it the old-fashioned way. Steps up, a quick kill with a bullet to the head. Poison onto Vertical 2 is a good start for Aerial Arise. Exactly what they're looking for here when attacking this basement.
Yeah, the Flood seemed to work out a lot better here, but Slothy spotting Poison, drifting away. That's the diffuser dropped inside of Blue as well, leveling the man count. Bay trying to push a 1v1 down the bottom of Laundry Stairs, so this is starting to get a lot more winnable here for Mirage off of Slothy's heroics. Inside of Freezer Hallway again, just evading the eyesight of Bay. Slothy going huge on the Warden with about 25 HP. Inrio retreating to Blue, up against a shotgun, a spiker to recollect the diffuser. They both send in towards Elbow. It'll be a 1-for-1 as it's just Woo's left remaining with 10 seconds ticking away. He has to retreat for the diffuser as well. There's no time to do this. It looks like we are going to be at a 5-5 as the clock will strike midnight on Woo's. He'll try and get the plan down into the overtime, but Slothy well rewarded for his heroics in that round. It was a 5-1 scoreline, a 5-0 scoreline at that, and we stand at 5-5.
Mirage are back. Fear not. If you're a Mirage fan or we're really hoping that the pro team would take it over the T2 villains, don't worry about it, because Mirage are here to play. It's 5-5, and in that round, Slothy, you mentioned the heroics, Flynn. That's, I think, even understating it. He is the reason that Mirage won that round. Collected 3 kills, I believe, was his total tally. It's not about the number, though. It's about when those kills ended up landing. Right here, in that moment where he snuck into Pillar, under the watchful eye of the Flores drone. Yes, that must have been some kind of breakdown in the communication of Aerial Arise, but the fact that he was able to get in there and get the kill and then eventually rotate to Freezer to get another kill onto the player in Laundry, I mean, just perfection from him, propelling him to 11 kills right now and tying us up at 5.
Like I said, no team wants to win an attack on Oregon, so we play a very, very defender-sided Oregon, and now we have a map. It really seemed like this was getting away from Mirage early on in the first half, and here we are, somehow, at a 5-5. So, we'll see if Mirage can do it. Can they complete the clean sweep 6 in a row on defense to win it 7-5 in regulation? Just to remind everyone of the format here, these are just best of 3s. Like, there's points for how you win and stuff in terms of tie breaks for like the seeding for SI points, but the real thing that matters here, especially for a team like Mirage, who did not have the best stage number 1 and didn't acquire any SI points in stage number 1, is you just want to get to Atlanta, so you can't lose a series end sentence. There are tie breaks and stuff for points, for the SI points later on, but all you need here from Mirage is 2 more rounds. And we said that about Aerial Rise about 20 minutes ago. All they needed was 2. They've acquired exactly 0. This initial entry here coming from the Nook of Inrio seems to have evaded the sight of Slothy about the drop. They're gonna meet each other at the bottom of the Freezer Stairs, and Slothy will come out superior in that engagement, possibly spotting the Nook on the Solus HUD to get the opener. So again, Mirage starting on a good footing here.
Yeah, great place to be in. I mean, who would have thunk it? Mirage taking the lead maybe in round 11. Won't speak too soon, but it's looking good. Inrio did not have the opportunity to be that little element of surprise, that thorn in the side of this defense as the Nook. Instead, Aerial Arise, they're going to have to pick up the weight there. Brios having a heck of a game. Really, everyone right now, except for Inrio on Aerial Arise, is having a heck of a game. But they're going to have even more than that if they want to push this over the line, because they've stalled out so close to the finish line. And that's just a tough feeling to shake. At the window, Poison, so maybe trying to vault in, gets denied. Bay gets one back, but that is all that Aerial Arise will find here in this round. Bay is now the only player that remains. His position down below is known, and this round feels like it's already over.
Yeah, there goes another frag grenade from Bay as he pushes his way up White Stairs, but he's going to spot the mirror window playing on the trophy wall, and who mine at his foot. I'm not sure how he hasn't stepped on it yet. Evaded that thing perfectly here, line dancing around at the top of the stairs. It's still just sitting there. Hey, bud, yeah, there we go. We shoot it. We get rid of it. I knew I wasn't crazy. But again, there's not much to be done here for Bay. It's going to be 5, or yeah, that's 6 in a row here for Mirage. It was a 5-0 scoreline. It's 6 rounds straight for Mirage, up 6-5. And on their map pick, where things seemed like they were getting absolutely out of control and they were going to get stomped on it, They now have map point.
Unreal. What has happened to Aerial Arise? The tack timeout. Why is it happening this late in the game? You wait until it's a match point to make it happen. Maybe there was something that, they were discussing in between each round that they felt was a sufficient adaptation, was a good way to get themselves out of the hole they now find themselves in. But at this point, they are just trying to stave off defeat. Who would believe that? 5-0 to 6-5 the other way. Mirage just keeping it clean, and the only thing they have to do is defend Meeting and Kitchen once more.
I think for both of these teams, the lesson to take away from their attacking woes is be a little more sure of your push and a little less, yeah, that'll probably work. Seems like there's a lot of just throw your hands in the air and push sight involved in these attacks, whether it was there with the smoke plant attempt. I understand the smoke and the pressure from down below was supposed to work together on that one from Aerial Rise, but we even saw it from Mirage, where it's like, okay, you surrender the opening pick and 4 people walk through a door. And there seems to be a whole lot of attacking philosophy of just push the site and just win the one, as opposed to creating uncomfortable situations for the defenders, making sure they cannot remain in their very comfortable power positions any longer. So that's the takeaway. We're on round 12 somehow, by the grace of nobody attacking very well on this map. It's Mirage up 6-5 on map point, and they're going to have to win for the clean sweep of 7 rounds in a row, from down 5-0 to a 7-5. And all 6 successful defenses, it all hinges on a Meeting and Kitchen defense, which, as a dangerous one, the statistics would say we're probably going into overtime here, but Mirage is on a heater.
And jumping back to your previous point for a moment on Aerial Arise not being able to really coordinate structured attacks or really good moments, really good utility-focused moments. Let us remind you that, yes, Aerial Arise is a well-known organization that's been in T2 and T1 Siege for quite some time. But this is, for all intents and purposes, a pug stack assembled for this qualifier only. A lot of different teams coming together to form this single organization right now. And as a result, sure, defense is easy. Taking gunfights is easy. You can do that individually, but coordinating and coming up with a perfectly planned attack is a totally different beast. And that's what we're seeing right now. Now, they're going to move in quick and try to play that fragging game here in what could be the final round. And it may have worked for the opener, but it's not going to work for the next 3 kills. Poison and Inrio now find themselves alone as Mirage have clapped back. Slothy, that is 3 for him on the round, and Poison, trying to keep his team alive on Oregon, will be denied outright. It's 4 for Slothy, and it is a miraculous comeback from 0-5 to 7-5. Mirage take the win, and they sit at 1-0 in this series. We've got Clubhouse coming up next.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. You just got to show them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bang. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs, the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn, right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost 1 minute and a half on end. Right? Another thing you could do is, especially with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time, right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Garage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have much time.
What's so funny, bro?
Well, because I already know the answer.
I know what I'm picking.
I know the 2 people they're gonna fit. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse. What do you mean me? I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud and at least expect it. That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as the operator came out, you picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure. And
that's interesting. That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is.
All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay. What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree. I do. Yeah. I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me.
Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro. Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember when we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You still can't wake up that early.
You're so sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once, and you got mad.
Yeah. Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like.
Can you do the noise again?
Oh yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between 2 people for me right now, so I don't know.
They hate me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like.
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like Snake.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game. When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
The genetics is born with it.
Aerial Arise comes back onto the stage. Mirage has their first game in a couple of weeks. We get 12 rounds of blistering Oregon gameplay, and the only question any of us are left with at the end of the day was, what the hell were any of those attacks? One attacking round one over the course of 12 rounds. All of it looked not that fantastic. Defenses looked fan, like whatever, that's great, but that was also a flawless Mirage second half. So what the hell happened with those attacks, Jesse?
Yeah, I think on Oregon in particular, you've got your basement and top floor bomb sites where like the default, if everything just goes normal, is like the defense should more or less win, right? If everything goes as expected, we see the defense winning. Unfortunately, we didn't really see any of those attacking teams getting into an advantage state, making something happen to enable their attacks to have success. Because you need to do that on Oregon.
I mean, it looked to me, watching Aerial at least, when they were attacking, maybe this goes into new teams and just my experience with even scrimming some newer teams, is more so with the fact, once you figure out what they do within the first and 2 rounds and you really shut it down as we saw Mirage do, then it kind of just looked like they were just doing random things, trying to figure out an opening. One round specifically was the Solus playing inside security and the knock below. They had just recently droned the Solus, so the knock player heads up play of, oh, you know what, let me just watch the cam the entire time to make sure they don't get on it and let me come up freezer stairs and catch this guy off guard. No, he ends up being Solus scanned and then dropped Slothy, a huge heads up play from Slothy to drop down after being droned and then grab that kill initially, but it just goes into those attacks. It just looks like no one was able to follow up a trade, whereas both sides, they were just playing together really well on defense and shutting down the attacks, but again, the attacks were just extremely sloppy on both sides.
I want to say you can't really deny the fact that the defenses were as solid as they were, but Jesse, in that first half, there was something that stuck out to you.
Yeah, I think Lax did a great job breaking down the problems with Aerial Arise's attacks. I think Mirage's attacks, a lot of the issues were coming in the early round. We saw so often the opening pick would go the way of Aerial Arise, and very often it was completely untraded, and it wasn't a fair gunfight. Here we saw a hatch drop from Vertical right into the SMG-11 of Poison in round number 1. Then in round number 3 after this, we saw another kill through the smoke. This is a great shot coming through from Inrio, but there's no chance Kansan has to win that. It's not a fair gunfight. Round number 4, again, they're going down to the basement, and we're going to see a nade in the hand of the first person to die here, Kansan. It's not a fair gunfight. Again, you're going down. You don't have a chance of winning that 1v1 in the opening round. Round 5, again, we see it. It's not a fair gunfight. It's through the window. It's a lack of droning. It's a lack of intel. Finally, round number 6, the one attacking round, which actually goes to the attacking team in this game. It's a fair-ish gunfight. You still lose the opening pick, but there's actually a trade because you are expecting to get into this first gunfight. You were able to go through. They get the 2-man advantage, and they win this round finally on the side of Mirage. I think that was the difference they needed to get. It took them 6 rounds to finally achieve that on the side of the Mirage, but eventually they got there, and 6 rounds, it took a long time, but it was enough.
How much of that, Laxing, just on the face of things, is Aerial Arise playing knowing they don't really have all that much to lose? Mirage, there's a lot more on them to be able to perform well. Big players, big coach, all the things they have involved in that team. They want things to work out. Yet Aerial Arise also were really, really good on defense. They were able to play aggressive. It was landslide after landslide. What does this mean for AA?
Well, I would like to say this. I don't think that they have nothing to lose here because these are up-and-coming players that if you want to make a name for yourself, this is where you have to do it. This is where you're displaying yourself and showcasing your talent. So I would like to believe that everyone on Aerial is taking this extremely serious, but as a team, that's where it comes into the inexperience. Mirage was down 5-0. Then they brought it back and won 7 rounds straight. It just goes to show like that experience really speaks into it. And I would like to think that Aerial doesn't maybe have someone on their roster that when they were up that high, that someone is really hounding them and being like, okay, ignore the round count. Don't pay attention to the 5-0 or 5-1, whatever that is. Let's just focus on what we can do on those attack rounds. And as we were seeing in those attack rounds, they just were fumbling. Every time they were getting met by a Mirage hold, they just would be like, okay, well, let's send someone over here. Let's send someone over there and hope that they win their gunfights. But ultimately, they were just being shut down. No trade potential. So if they want to go into this next map overall, there's going to have to be a lot more better communication on those attacking sides.
Speaking of that second map, we're done with the Oregon. Now we take a club on. And Jesse, again, this was something that we thought was a bit of a misnomer from Mirage, but now that they actually won their own map pick, what are we thinking about how club will go?
I don't know, Jacob. This can be be a game where you've got to really work your picks on attack, right? You've got to work for that advantage. What we saw in that first Oregon game was a real lack of nade usage from both those teams. Round 1 nade not used. Round 2, a nade not used. Round 3 nades not used. In fact, from the 12 rounds that we saw, only 2 rounds went through with every single grenade getting thrown out. I want to see these teams working more advantages in on their attack. That could be very difficult to do, particularly on the basement when you're attacking onto Clubhouse. It can be a little bit easier on those top floor sites. Yeah. Because you have those windows, you have more of an opportunity to find a pick on someone rotating or even to toss in a nade. So I'm hoping we see a little bit more of that coming through from Club. I think the team that can nail that and find those opening picks, find those advantages before they go for their executes on their attacks, will be able to turn this into a map win.
And I think that's interesting. That's an interesting statistic in general, that much utility is not being utilized. And I think that's what maybe separates the top tier teams from maybe the lower tier teams, is really expending all your utility to the best of their capability. But like you said, it's whoever's going to find that footing can run away with this. But again, it is a very default map once again. So I can see this possibly going in Ariel's favor, but Mirage coming off of a high end and having that success rate that they had into that entire half, they're going to have to come into this pretty happy and feeling good. Whereas Ariel, as that brand new team, like I said, someone's got to be in there saying, okay, let's wipe this off. Let's focus on what we got to do. And as you said, it's just whoever's going to find that footing and the utility usage and getting that out is probably running away with it.
Well, let's find out who is the superior bird of prey. If it's the airplane, that's my pen, or the owl. Are we going to see as much of a defensive slugfest, or is this going to be the last time that we see Ariel Rise playing this LCQ? It's going to be Jonah Jays, Wills Willinger, and Robert Flynn.
Thank you, Jacob, as always. And Clubhouse should be an exciting one, at least in theory, because we're almost guaranteed to see more attacking wins on this map than Oregon, and that, by default, is going to make this map a little bit more fun to watch. But you raised great questions on the desk. Will this map be a nice default map for Ariel Arise to be comfortable on, or will they fall victim to the same attacking woes that we just saw one map ago? Will they be able to play coordinated? Will they be able to push in as a team and not as individuals? Well, Flynn, will find out right now.
Yeah, I think the way that Oregon went, man, that's, again, I keep saying it, jumping into the map 2 of both of these series now, but that's a map I want to forget. I don't ever want to think about that Oregon ever again. That was a demonstration of how to do the bare minimum on defense, and the bar is subterranean on attack. So hopefully, like you said, Clubhouse affords at least one more attacking round victory than we saw on Oregon. We're going to lose the Osa in the Ying, so that's not going to help instigate things too much in terms of the attacking side. You lose 2 initiators there that can gain some space for you. You lose the Solus on defense, so nice counter pick there in terms of the bans on Clubhouse. I imagine this is an Azami coming out to round things out on the bans. If not, Rafters is going to be pretty free to hold, and it is a Valkyrie coming out. So Mirage starting on the defense. Don't take away the Azami. So Rafters for a CCTV site that has also come back into favor. We saw in stage 1 it kind of vanished and everyone got on the bar stage trip, and we seem to be moving away from that slowly with all 4 bomb sites really getting an even rotation. So Azami available, it's going to make Rafters a lot more playable. It's going to make CCTV a lot more playable, and I think if both of these teams continue their attacking woes like you mentioned, Jonah, yeah, this could be a very interesting map. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we do get some more attacks here, just with teams kind of opening up a little bit and feeling a little more freedom.
I'll agree with you on that. I think that, I mean, Clubhouse is typically, honestly, it's been going all over the place in recent years, but generally it's going to lean that 4-2 defensive split. But with these 2 teams in front of us, there's really no way to know. The one thing we do know is that A, this is not going to be as defender-sided as Oregon, at least on paper. But the question we still have yet to answer is Ariel Arise, they're going to know this map well. It's a default map. But this is arguably even more utility-focused than Oregon is. Like, Oregon could be frag heavy and utility focused. It can be a little bit of both, depending on your operator bans, depending on your opponent in any given day. But Clubhouse, it is so hard breach dependent. And as a result, can be so hard breach denial dependent. And then one more step further, dependent on your ability to get around that hard breach denial. Are you bringing those EMPs? Are you using those nades from below? Are you playing together to get those steps done? And as we addressed, those were the big aerial arise issues on map 1. Map 2 is still a question mark that we are hopefully going to get a bit more clarity on in just a bit. Right now on this attack, they're having to deal with Mirage on a very large extension all over this map, using those reinforcements on both the Jacuzzi side and that CCTV side, and keeping both Vertical and Rampy up top for now.
Yeah, roaming topside with both the T5 players, the Legion and the Oryx, Vert and Rampy. Trying to hold topside as they've fallen back from the CCTV position. That was Rampy's spot, and there goes Brios in the entry, spotting not one but two and collecting the kill onto Rampy. Kind of aware of the positioning there, maybe the suppressor providing just the slight advantage Brios needed. Nonetheless, that's a good opening pick here for the attacking side of Aerial Rise, and they have removed the roaming contingent from Mirage without sacrificing a whole lot of utility. It was like one exothermic and maybe one frag grenade. No, not even a frag grenade taken off. So this is a very good start here for Aerial Rise. More red pings onto the members inside of blue. It's who can get off the sprinting animation faster. Slothy and Kansan will both tag in for kills. So there goes Kansan. This is a tough one now as Aerial Rise had the advantage, and it's just too many people sprinting at the same time, and the SMG wins that engagement.
Down a man. Aerial Rise need to clean up their act here in the back half. Bay doing his best to open up the ceiling of the site from up top. Poison, unfortunately, gonna have to use an exothermic charge on a castle barricade. No breaching charges. Didn't want to take the time to smack that, what, 13 times? Is that still the number? And anyway, in any case, a lot of work left to do for Aerial Rise, and I mean, they're getting it done, but real slow like. And 20 seconds remain. Mirage, they can sit back and wait. Poison, his position is known as there is poison in his leg from the goo mine. They'll group up and push through Moto, but Spiker, great angle from him. He'll mow down one, Cans in the second, and Poison on 1 HP. It's not much longer for this Earth either. The opening round, it may have started with an Aerial Rise kill, but it certainly didn't end with one.
No, very nearly an opening double there for Brios. And again, if both members, one from either side, weren't in a sprinting animation there, it could have been a heads-up gunfight with the assault rifle having pre-aimed the corner and catching the Azami sprinting, but that just was not the case, and the dice roll falls on the side of Mirage there in that engagement, and they're able to tack on another one, so they take a man disadvantage into a man advantage. Very impressive resilience there, and like Jesse said, at least the attack was able to get into a position where they had an advantage to start things off. Good news is here for Aerial Rise, plenty of room to work with here. The only problem is, having surrendered the first map, which was Mirage's map pick, they are now on the back foot. They get one round closer as Mirage pushes on every single time towards being eliminated from the LCQ. This is single elimination, so if you lose a series, you are done. There's no more advancement, there's no loser's bracket, there's no redemption story. Remaining. It's just win all the way through to Atlanta, or you fall short.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Aerial Rise here, like you said, bit of a pug stack, not really an established team that's been around for a long time in T2. Obviously players are, but as a 5-man unit they haven't been. This is an opportunity, like Lax said, to kind of demonstrate that you have what it takes to play on this level, contend with a team on this level. The first few rounds of Oregon sure made it look that way, but as we moved on Oregon and now here on Clubhouse, we're seeing a bit of a different picture.
We'll see how the rest of this thing gets painted for us as we, as we work our way into round number 2. I was gonna say, you give Brios a chance to get involved early and you're bound to see good things happening for Aerial Rise, but in that case, just completely caught off guard, and Slothy was so ready for that gunfight. Backing off now into Cash, joined by Vertical on the coverage on the top of the red stairs. You see them holding this extension, and you know how much easier it's going to be to hold now that Diana is taken off the board. No more nades to worry about. You don't have to worry about the Gemini, and that is a lethal gun in the hands of Brios that is no longer going to be a factor either. A lot of utility being devoted to this position too, and the longer they take, the worse it's getting. That's 2 for Slothy so far. He's looking for 3. Bay nearly gives it to him, but backs off and looks for another fight.
And they got a drone on him, and finally Inrio will shut him down. I'm not sure if they're aware of Vert's position. He will get droned out of the top of red here instead of taking the fight. Walk away with the man advantage, well secured, and beautiful performance here from Slothy on the Frost. A solo hold inside of CCTV, didn't even need Vert's help in that engagement. So again, mission accomplished here for Mirage in terms of their roam. They've killed a lot of time, killed 2 members of the attack. Brios and Woos stay in the same position we did at the same point in the round as last time. It's a good spot to be in if you're Mirage. The man advantage, Poison will be opening up the Jacuzzi breach, and of course Spiker to rotate off. Could have debated going for an impact oh, that's a leg. That's a leg. That's a leg. There you go, Bay. Just finding the perfect pixel to remove Kansan from play. And they'll level the man count there. He's got Spiker to worry about close on that gym window as well, so it's not easily wrapped up just yet here for Mirage.
Yeah, not until they get these final few kills will they feel completely safe. Of course, certainly safer than they would have been had there been more time on the clock at this point. I mean, 28 seconds. Aerial Arise clearly uncomfortable, trying to get a little bit more information before they make their final push. They've spotted Vertical here, but yeah, no call out. He's going to walk right into Poison. Inrio pushing the same position. Coverage from Rampy is perfect. Oh, and even the EDD, I think, is the one to actually close it out. The Capcan to get the kill. And Mirage still sitting pretty.
Well, I must say, these attacks at least look better than we saw in Oregon. There seems to be some more droning to reconfirm where players are. It's a lot less of a just walk at the site and hope you win. There seems to be a coordinated effort to push. Yeah, there's a little bit of a waterfall effect there for Aerial Rise's attack, where it's just one person pushing in and losing the engagement, and the next person's turn is up to go and push in and lose an engagement. So maybe a little more cohesion on the execute towards the site, as there's only about 20 seconds left. But you really got to give it to the Capcan of Slothy, though, I think, on or not the Capcan, sorry, the Frost of Slothy, as he was playing last round inside of CCTV, just solo holding there and able to acquire 2 picks very early on. Did get traded out eventually, but he just lived for so long on the green box inside of Cash that he really was a difference maker on the round. And that's kind of what Mirage have needed, and we've seen that on Oregon as well, where there are just so many rounds that went by the wayside for Mirage, where there wasn't really anyone taking charge other than really Slothy and Spiker. Those were the only 2 that were really jumping off the page for you in terms of being able to be difference makers in a round. So looking to see more of that from Slothy and Spiker, but hopefully the rest of the Mirage roster as well. And we continue the trend of still only having 1 attacking round victory so far across 2 maps in this series.
Yeah, that's a lot of rounds with only 1 attacking win. What are we? We had, what, 12 rounds first map? We're 2 rounds in here. 1 attacking round win total. And Mirage had the pleasure of doing that at the very back half of their attacking side on map number 1. This also means they have won 9 rounds in a row. Aerial Rise have yet to find an answer. I know Laxing brought up the importance of Aerial Rise getting back on their feet quickly, and I think we're seeing the consequences of that not happening here, and it's starting to get even worse. If they don't win a round in the next few rounds, I mean, it's gonna feel impossible to win a single round in this series at that point. Great impact trick, just on point from Kansan over on that gym side to slow down this attack even more. Or rather, that was on the platform breach, excuse me. But this attack, we know the difficulties they have with utility, and thankfully they do have that wall opened at this point. The impact trick was just a mere delay. But Mirage are clearly putting up a much more concentrated effort here to deny Aerial Arise for pulling off anything silly.
Vert here on a bathroom mirror, but there goes Woo's, just a swing from Slothy. Vert's partner in crime over here on the far side of the top floor. Distraction of the mirror, and I imagine Inrio was either holding an opposite angle or just droning in that instance. Woos will fall, Kansan and Brios will trade with each other, and there goes Bay outside of the construction window. Mirage feeling themselves now. Poison will get one back, but it's just Inryu alone. Will down off and finish Slothy, but on about 40 HP, if he hits one of those Capcan traps, it's lights out. Still got some goo mines to string around the map here if you're Spiker, and some more Kiba barriers regenerating potentially later on for Vert. This is a very tough spot to be in for Inryu. 40 health, trying to work his way back to the bomb site, and like I said, if he hits one of those Capcan traps, it's lights out. You can see the smiles on the face of Mirage. That's a clean sweep of defensive objectives.
A little 1, 2, 3. Gosh, that's 10 rounds in a row now. And they really, I mean, they're not making any mistakes at this point. They are also doing things that we didn't even consider they would bring out on this map. They've ramped up the confidence to a completely different level. And someone like Slothy is taking every single engagement and winning every single engagement. I think finally going down there in the end, trying to do just a hair too much. But in both rounds 2 and round 3, Slothy has aggressively taken the first fight, won that fight, and gone on to take 1, if not 2 more engagements and win them again. It's just all going his way. It's all going Mirage's way. And the attacking drought continues. The reset button desperately needs to be pressed here for Aerial Arise. Attack timeout should come in the next round or 2. The fact that we haven't seen it already is already a bit concerning.
5 seconds.
Suppose so. And I think for Aerial Rise, no point in taking an attack if you don't have the answer. I guess if you're just going to take the attack for the sake of using it to slow things down, then sure. But I think this roam again from Mirage is going to cause some problems for Aerial Rise's roam clear. Saw it last time around. It was 2 T5s playing topside. Pretty sure we saw Vert up, or Rampy up there. I'm not sure where Vert is. We got the Capcan once again. So Rampy, top of red, Vert inside of Master. So we're starting the exact same positions for both of these players. Vert playing over by Jim is going to have to contend with the Ace Selma, opening up his Jacuzzi Breach, but the impact trick will be successful this time around. It will remove the Selma from Woos' position, and it'll only be a peek hole now, but Inryu, once again, we start off with the G36 getting the opening kill, but this time, it's onto the superstar from Mirage on this map of Slothy. Instead, this 2-man roaming contingent is still left unencumbered topside at the moment.
Well, that's a great early kill for Aerial Rise. Let's see if they can keep that momentum up. They've shut down the demon that has really been tearing them apart so far on Clubhouse. They just need to keep moving through this map. They cannot allow Rampy or Vertical to give them trouble, and I think Mirage will give them that. They'll give that to Aerial Rise by pulling Vertical and Rampy back. Not fully, though. Rampy's still hanging around. The call came to retreat. They did, but they've not gone all the way downstairs, hanging out on the main stairs, hanging out on this first floor. Aerial Rise should be aware of that now. Drones spotting both of them. Reasonably, you should see them drop away. Instead, Vertical chooses to take the fight and finds one. Inryu's now in their crosshairs, looks to step up, doesn't find his opportunity. And Vertical has repositioned, not to the basement, but to the kitchen instead. Has he been droned? Now that's the big question.
I don't believe he has. I think that is the saving grace here for Vert, but I think for Aerial Rise, they are aware. They seem to be very cautious about entering in towards kitchen, although smudging in the kitchen hallway, they might not actually know that Vert is here in kitchen and ready and waiting. This could be the play of a lifetime here for Vert. Very long and storied career, but nonetheless, continue the reign of dominating defensive rounds, and Vert's just trying to find the right moment to strike. Does not want to give away his position too early. It's just a flank from this position after everyone drops downstairs could be devastating. Poison able to remove the EDDs, so be able to walk in through the Moto door into church, but here comes that flank from Vert, and it's probably going to be lethal. He's working his way towards the top of the kitchen stairs. Poison gets dropped, 2 on the floor now for Aerial, as Rampy will cut through them. The roaming brother, the T5 Bash Bro of Vert. Here comes that flank holding on top of Moto stairs, the drop coming down. Vert decapitates Woos. It's just Spiker now to finish things out, and it's Mirage. 4 rounds in a row on the defense on Clubhouse, looking in control.
And it really feels like they can do no wrong at this point. Like the fact that both Vertical and Rampy were able to get as active and as creative on that roam as they did, and then to both survive it, for Vertical to then be able to tuck into kitchen, go completely unnoticed, and come for the flank later. I mean, it's all clicking for Mirage, and it's the little things that are getting Aerial Rise into trouble, and they haven't found a way out of this hole. That's 4 rounds into Clubhouse. That's 11 rounds in a row that Mirage have taken since their 5-round deficit. It's like they took 5 rounds to feel it out. They didn't know what Aerial Rise was bringing to the table, but once they put a finger on it, it's game over. That's really what it feels like right now.
Well, I think as well, we're seeing better attacks onto Clubhouse, but again, the conversion towards the bomb site is the biggest hurdle for this team right now for Aerial Rise. Just not being in a position, not having opened up anything. Like, this is just a position where you're losing too many members out on this roam, and Mirage have brought the aggression to try and kill as many members in as much time as possible and just put Aerial Rise in a position where they're tight against the clock. That's why those Capcan traps and the Legion traps are being used as well. Those are objects that if you have all the time in the world, you will see, but if you're pressed and there's 20 seconds counting down against you in a 4v4 or a 4v3, that's a nightmare to deal with, because you don't want to have to stop and look down and check every door and check every crevice for some sort of trap. And they're very successful in those very chaotic and tense moments of time.
10 seconds left.
I think for Mirage here, doing a very good job of setting up a new game plan. I think on their Oregon attacks, the theory of aggression was very present. It was not successful whatsoever. But rotating to the defense, they played a little more passive and just let Aerial Rise come to them, and it worked out. This time around, bringing the aggression, but on the defense. So from a position of strength, seems to be working very well for Mirage here. Deceptively, we are now 3 rounds away from closing out the series, closing out the day, eliminating 2 teams from the LCQ, and just packing stuff up and waiting for tomorrow's games. This has gotten away from Aerial Rise very early on, and there goes the Kai trick from Spiker. No EMPs being brought in from Inrio, as he is on the Thatcher, but he just wasn't in position to EMP in the wall in tandem with Poison. Saw this earlier on in the SQ playoff games as well, where these Electro Claws on Consulate, which is devastating. So I think for right now, Aerial Rise just they do not have the attacks figured out. It's going to continue on here, and Mirage on a good course to wrap things up in the first half.
Did it miss? No. Okay. I thought for a second I still saw some of that electricity buzzing after the EMP went off, but thankfully it has been allowed to open up the wall. And the same thing goes for that Jacuzzi side. Both positions now opened up. And Aerial Rise, in theory, in a good position to now get a move on. But it's still going to take some time and still a good bit of work to do. The Selma on the mirror window is one example. Spiker isn't going to be able to stop it, but he's also not going to expose himself to that position. Nor will he expose himself to this gym window that Brios is now trying to open up. Utility has been a problem in this round, but at the very least, for Aerial Rise, they have all 5 bodies up and 1:20 to work with.
I think the big thing here is, for Aerial Rise, they do open up the CCTV platform, but they aren't trying to clear Slothy immediately in Kansas. It's going to get right into the master window as his Kiva barriers get punched open, and a deal about half the health away from Inrio. Here's Spiker again, just waiting. This aggression here from Mirage is suiting them well, as Aerial Rise unable to respond in kind. There's the beautiful shot from Spiker. Now the Kiva barrier to play with around, and unfortunately he will be dropped inside a bathroom. But Wu's now trying to push in alone, and Brios has jumped into Jim. The site itself has fallen, but the retreat from Kansan here could be perfect. He's able to hit the deck right beside the master bedroom, and he's able to drop Brios, spraying in the vault, unsuccessful from Inrio as well. It's a 2v4 to work out of a 2v1 now. It's just a 1v5, sorry, as Bay, the lone man trying to hold for Slothy's swings outside of CCTV. Last man standing. They didn't try and clear Slothy inside of CC. They're too afraid of him replicating success from the previous round. They played this site. There it is. It's a clean sweep for Mirage once again. A flawless round, just to add insult to injury. And Mirage, a team that looked very flustered and frustrated about an hour ago, in cruise control.
Give me a T. Can I get a T?
No.
Damn it. I was going to spell 12, but it's 12 rounds in a row.
We're not doing that bit for all of those letters, no.
For the D, the W, the E, the L, you weren't gonna go all the way?
You got halfway there, man. No, we're not doing that.
Well, hey, 12 rounds in a row. We're not even gonna spell 12 because that's gonna take too long. But in the time that we could spell the word 12, Mirage have taken 12 rounds in a row. It was 7 in a row on Oregon, and now it is 5 unanswered rounds here on Clubhouse. And Aerial Arise, the more than a glimmer of hope, the real chance it felt like they had in this series has gone from oh so present to incorporeal.
5 seconds left.
And now we sit at round number 6, the final round, where Aerial Arise has a chance to get on the board here on their attacking side. Maybe, once again, this is going to be a defender-sided map of all the ages, but I really doubt it. Mirage are looking good, and they are going to put this series away if Aerial Arise do not stop them in the next few rounds.
Slothy unable to stop the first portion of that Selma breach with a peek out a gym window. Luz is going to be very wary of that. Like all these windows have been prepped again. Mirage bringing so much aggression on this defense. Seems to be working out much better than the aggression they were trying to instill on the attacking side. Still do have 2 thermite charges, but once again, this mirror window placed onto the CCTV platform breach. Try and facilitate the impact trick. Kansan was unsuccessful at doing so last time around. The impact not able to displace the exothermic charge, so they'll look to try and re-aim that a little better this time around, as Poison will be going for the breach, and Brios is watching, but he gets slapped off the angle. Kansan won't be successful on the impact trick, but he will be successful in dropping the Zofia.
Bay just desperate to find something, some trade to get this back. Nobody on Mirage is having it. Nobody is going to expose himself to that position, and I mean, that is pure and simple why Mirage are killing Aerial Arise right now, because they are not doing too much. I thought for a moment I was going to eat my words because Kansan was really curious about what was down below. Slothy from the other side will get a bit too active for his own good, so I guess I'll just hold back anything more about the discipline that Mirage are showcasing. The point is, they're doing just enough to torture this Aerial Arise team on the attacking side. No matter what they do, it seems like Aerial cannot get their footing, and now trying to attack this position. I see 5 or 6 goo lines right over there. I believe 5 on the top of the Raptor staircase with these Kiva barriers to protect it. It really just seems like Mirage can do no wrong. A good shot from Woos. That'll return this essentially to a 3v3 since Poison has been down, but he's been recovered. Woos has now been finished. It's this back and forth that continues, but 40 seconds and Aerial Arise. Couple of goo mines waiting for you there, Bay. Might have to be careful about that.
I think he shot 3 and got hit by 2 of them. Very unfortunate there, as the swing was from Rampy on the Mira out the breach as well to grab the ace with revive Poison, who tries to climb his way up red stairs. He gets stopped at his tracks. The shot's missing for Bay as well, as it's just Inrio left standing outside of the CCTV platform breach. Has to vault in and take the engagement, trying to bait a peek from the top of red from Kansan, but again, Kansan, the better duelist, and suddenly a series that was up 5-0 on map 1 and in favor of Aerial Arise is now on match point, series point, just an hour and 10 later for Mirage on map number 2.
Give me a T!
No. We're not doing 13 either, Jonah.
We're not doing 13? Oh, God. You want just have some fun, you know? Spell out big words with me.
The series could be over by the time we get to the end of that bit.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Flawless for Mirage on their defensive half, and Aerial Arise looking lost and looking afraid. You know, they put up a fight to get here. Let's not forget that they had to fight their way through an open qualifier and push their way to this point. But this last chance qualifier doesn't seem like it is in the cards for them to progress to a further round of the competition. Mirage, unless a miracle happens, they will be facing, of course, the winner of our previous series. They'll be facing Wildcard in the next round to determine who can go on to the final and fight for a shot at going to the major. Mirage, 7th place finish in the regular stage of the North American League here in Stage 2. Looking to do just a bit better than that and find their way to the top of this LCQ. And they are 1 round away from doing it. It is map point and series point.
You can see Bay running out of freezer there from inside a kitchen, trying to mimic a little what we saw from Mirage in terms of the aggression on the defense. And Inrio, actually, inside a strip, will shut down the entry from Kansan. There goes your sledge. That's diffuser down as well in the strip hallway. So good start there. Doesn't look like Inrio clocked that he had diffuser because he just starts barricading it off. So Mirage will have a free recovery of that. Rampy inside a kitchen, not jumping in just as of yet. He's waiting for a partner as well as the drones come flooding out from Mirage to try and assess the situation, and Rampy will turn the corner towards kitchen stairs and will grab Woos. So he's leveling the man count. We do have some soft destruction. Slothy, like I said, will have free recovery of the diffuser, so nearly no harm, no foul. The frag grenades taken off the board in exchange for the goo mines that would have stacked over time from Woos. I'd probably take a sledge over a Legion, just heads up, but at the end of the day, decent trade. Still in a good spot here, and there goes Spiker getting collapsed upon. At least Vert gets the trade. But once again, a 3v3, this roaming aggression from Aerial Rise does not seem to be slowing down.
Oh, Inrio. No, watch out from above, my friend. It's Rampy with the skeleton key who opens up another angle and deals the fatal blow. 3v2. Mirage 2 kills away from closing this one out. So much for not being able to attack on this map. Mirage seemed to be handling it just fine. It's Poison and Bay that stand between them and victory. Bay, a forward position. He gets the jump on Sloppy, but it doesn't matter. The ace wins it. It's all up to the Mira. It's all up to Poison, 1 and 6. The man who has led so many teams to success in the T2 realm is gonna have to put the team on his back just to last a single round further. He's got some intel to work with. He has a mirror window, but Mirage, they're not gonna do too much here. They've taken their time. They've opened up the hatch, and now they're barreling down main stairs. They're down in Moto, and Poison's gotta watch out. He knows where one is. He sees them swinging. He knows the others are working their way back into the site. He can try to spray him down, but he's not gonna last much longer. Mirage take 14 rounds unanswered and send Aerial Rise packing. They keep their chances to go to the Atlanta Major alive, and they do it in style. We'll head back to the studio to talk a bit more about this absolute fantastic performance that Mirage just showed us. We'll see you later.
Ariel's just thrown.
I don't really know what we watched other than 14 rounds of pure decimation. That series is the definition of, well, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie, because Aerial Rise go from a 5-1 half on Oregon to suddenly losing again 14 straight in this series and send themselves packing. I don't even know if that's Mirage playing phenomenally or just AA suddenly disappearing from our eyes.
I mean, it's those same struggles to attack. It happened on Oregon. They couldn't find those picks. It felt like they were maybe getting a little bit more of those entries, but then still, you know, the man disadvantage would just fall to pieces. This round was a great roam coming through from Sloppy. We saw him having a great game once again. I think Sloppy, probably the MVP of the series as a whole, did really good on Oregon, started really good here. Kansan kind of took over towards the second quarter. Kansan had some huge pop-off rounds, especially on the Zombie, but yeah, all in all, really did feel like the struggles to attack kept on coming through from Aerial Rise.
Listen, I was making my chai tea and watching at the same time, and I was like, dude, what am I seeing from Aerial here? Like, this round here really made me upset because you know he's here, and there's nothing more free and makes me excited as a player when you know that person's gonna jump through that window and just kind of throw their life away. And that's what I was seeing from Aerial through a lot of these rounds. It just was like, oh, someone died. Okay, let's throw the round away. Let's just keep giving these 1v1s. Mirage was taking them. Like, I don't even want to say Mirage like played anything crazy. There was nothing here that truthfully impressed me. I will say they still played a phenomenal game, but Aerial was just throwing their lives away at every given set. Like, this aim right here, I don't even know what that was. Like, that was like, you just were just like wiggling your mouse back and forth, playing some other game. Definitely weren't playing an FPS, trying to shoot somebody's head to take off another. That was questionable, to say the least. It was just, this was not the performance that I was hoping Ariel was going to put on, especially when I've talked about you coming into here, being an up-and-coming player, team, and to showcase that. That's not the look you want to give out, because that was a very sloppy performance.
I really would have liked to think that the teams that come through the quals, especially known tier 2 commodities, have a little bit more of a shot than this, but nah. Mirage decides, screw it, we're just going to run roughshod over these bad boys. Let's talk to Meepy about how it happened. Dude, I'm very, very pleased to have a very fast series overall. I'm sure you guys are too, but what goes through your head when you win 14 rounds straight against a team?
Feels good. That's the easiest way to put it. I mean, we played really well. We started really bad, and then we finally picked it up towards the end, but it's the win that counts, and 14 in a row is a pretty good way to do it.
You know, Meepy, we were kind of questioning what was going on in the map ban phase at the start of this game. Yeah, I want to get your perspective on it, right? Because you go to Oregon, you choose it against Aerial Rise. It's a very default map. Why did you choose that map?
So we predicted the ban phase pretty much perfectly. We knew that we'd be going to Oregon and Club as the first two, and the last one was a toss-up between like Sky and Cafe, whatever they preferred. We went to Oregon just because we've been feeling it recently. You know, bluntly, is that what it is? Is when we decided how we wanted to do our vetoes, do we want to take them to maps that they're not comfortable on versus maps we're comfortable on? We felt that it's just better to put ourselves in a position where we actually feel confident. Obviously, the attacks didn't go as well as we'd hoped, but once we flipped the sides, we really started going.
For sure.
Well, my question to you is, and this could be a double-edged sword kind of question, but are you as a coach satisfied with today's performance, or do you feel like this was just kind of like a bump in the road? Now, tomorrow, going against Wildcard, that's where your real hurdle is.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. Yeah, I'm not very pleased with the way that we performed on the attacks. We really do need to look at the drawing board for that one and figure out exactly what went wrong. Well, I already know what went wrong. It's in my notes, but I just need to go over it with the guys.
Can you share those notes? Can you share what went wrong?
Put them on a drive and
give us a little insight. What happened? Who are you pointing out? Who can we blame? Don't worry, I'll take the heat here. I'm asking for it. I'll blame them for you. You just shoot me a DM and I'll say the name. No, I'm just messing with you.
Nah, all good.
Jeez. So the matchup for tomorrow, or sorry, the matchup for Wednesday is already set. Day off in between has to feel good after getting a best of 3 to suddenly then not worry about an additional game in the middle. It's against Wildcard. Anything in particular that stands out about that match that you want to talk about? Any preview you can give us at least initially, or you're going to save everything for game time?
I'll save most of it. I do know that they're a pretty wild team.
He said the thing. Never mind, keep going.
I said the thing, yeah. We know that they're pretty crazy sometimes. We know that they can be pretty sporadic. Obviously, we'll be looking at the VODs, looking at the map bans and stuff like that, and figuring out exactly what we want to do. What I do know is I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be a fantastic game, and I hope you guys tune in for it.
Yep, it'll be a barn burner for sure. I know we keep using the word over and over and over again until it literally has no meaning.
It's an NA classic.
I was going to say, you basically took them out behind the barn and made quick work of them today. We'll see if it happens against Wildcard in a couple of days. We'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, guys.
That's it. We're done with the first day. Is that genuinely the fastest day in NAL history, Jesse?
I think so. I don't know the stats to back that up, but it certainly feels like it. We had some quick games today, Gabe.
I couldn't even drink my chai tea. I was making it and it was over. So I don't really got to drink my chai tea to stay up any longer.
What matters more, Laxing's chai tea or the way that game ended?
The way that game ended, because now I don't have to drink my chai tea.
He's on the cusp, right? So the date is already set for both Mirage and Wildcard. Commiserations go to both Beastcoast and Aerial Arise. Their 2023 seasons have now come to a close, which kind of sucks because to not have any additional opportunities to play for the rest of the year in official competition, you now got to ask the question, what's next for teams like that? We knew Beastcoast had some question marks and some obvious wonderings about why Fett continues to play for the roster. Aerial Arise as a Tier 2 team, no one in Tier 2 ever feels like it really ever stays the same. Initial thoughts?
Well, they do have Element 2, particularly for Aerial Rise. If they want to keep playing, they will have that opportunity. So their season's not completely over, their year's not over, but certainly in our official Tier 1 circuit, the time is over. And for all of these players, I think they'll be going back to the grindstone, right, working on their, whether it's individually or with their teams, working on themselves, working towards the next stage, because there's always more Siege to come.
And I did go a little hard on them, but they did come here, they did showcase why they did make it to LCQ. Sure, this maybe wasn't the performance that they hoped hope to put on or that we even hope to see. But I do believe that they can go back to the drawing board, look at element 2 and really be like, okay, well, sure, we didn't do this in the LCQ, but let's focus on improving. And then maybe again, we see them next year.
Yeah.
Maybe. Who knows?
If you're wondering why the stream's only been live for about 3.5 to 4 hours, by the way, this is why. Because the games that we had today, only one of them came even close to overtime. One map was a 12-rounder, and every single other one was over before it even started.
Yeah, felt very, very dominant, and while that does suck for the teams that lost, I think it's a really good sign for the teams that came out on top, right? We've got Wildcard and Mirage. They'll be playing against one another on Wednesday in the semifinal match. Both of these teams poised to make that run for the grand finals. Whoever comes out on top in that semifinal game, you know they're going to be gunning to find that final spot to the major to go to Atlanta. Both of these teams are looking very, very good right now, and that's exactly what we wanted to see heading into the semifinals.
And both of them are going into this next week's match. Well, not next week's, but in the next couple of days, matches on a high momentum. You got a 2-0, you got to be feeling good. You get a day to relax, reset, focus on your next opponent. I think that game is going to be a very high-octane game, and as you said it, you got to win it. You got to win it all if you want to be able to qualify for Atlanta and make that run and really, make money, make a statement, maybe even make invite. Who knows?
We'll figure that out. I think the teams that have a little bit more of SI implications both play tomorrow. Here's the skinny on how it's all going to work. Our last 2 quarterfinals happen tomorrow. Space Station versus Luminosity, and then OXG against the Element 1 champions in Co. Both of those games are coming up tomorrow. Same time, same place. You know the drill at this point. And then we get to semis and our grand final in 2 days' time. And then we're done with North American regional competition at Tier 1 level for the year. Thanks everybody for tuning in on behalf of the Blast crew. We are very happy to get out of here before 1 in the morning, so we'll go ahead and do that. You guys back in North America, have a good rest of your evening, and we will catch you guys tomorrow. Take care.